Oh, hey! Didn't see you guys there. How's it going, everybody? This is Dice Bag, artist, game designer, world builder, and occasional VTuber. I'm just arranging my little dudes over here because I didn't have time to do that before I started the stream. I thought of this too late, or remembered to do it too late, whichever way you want to spin it. But anyways, I'm drawing some of these three little dudes today, at least to begin with. We'll see where it goes beyond that, but this is what we're going to be starting with. We're not going to get too deep into it. Uh-oh. Where is my stylus? Oh wait, there it is. It's in my blind spot, behind the microphone. Alright, anyways, yeah. I decided to actually get ahead of my Creature Codex video projects and actually do some art for the next one before I need it, instead of postponing it for like 3 weeks. That seems like a good idea. So that's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna get this sketched out in the composition with these little guys here. And then we're gonna send it off to my my assistant, Patron, and he'll do the line art, and we'll color it some other time. Let's see. I do have the time lapse being recorded, so that's cool. We can use this for a time lapse video later, and that'll be nice. But yeah, that's the plan for tonight. And with that said, I guess I'll pop into the stream chat and see, wait for anybody to pop in and join in with me. Let's see, so we're gonna need to kind of get the whole composition sketched out first. So we're gonna take this and make a smaller thumbnail here. And then we'll size that up and put in some details once I get the layout worked out. Oh, that's right. I was looking up references too. I have chicken spreading wings in my search bar right now. I don't know. Brave search is not... Oh, of course, it's just chicken wings. It's food. Okay, we're gonna have to go to actual Google search instead of Brave. Maybe then I'll actually find something. Oh, I found a goofy looking chicken here. This is a good one. Look at this boy. He's pretty dapper. Or she, perhaps. I guess that's not a rooster, is it? There's a bunch of goofy looking chickens, man. I wish I'd looked these up when I was actually like designing these guys down here. I probably would have some better ideas. Some of them probably wouldn't look as goofy as they are. Or maybe they'd look goofier, but in a better way. Let's see. Anyways, I need one just for the anatomy. Okay, here's one. They do look goofy when they're trying to fly. And there's another one. This one's probably the kind of style I'm looking for. as far as like the way it's positioned. Let me see. I'm trying to open this up in the bigger thing that I can actually look at on my second screen. Open image in new tab. That's what we're looking for. All right. Okay. So the gist, I'm thinking, is these guys are basically like mobsters. The big ones specifically. So he's kind of gonna be doing the chicken wing spread pose here. And then he's gonna have several of his younger buddies like in the foreground. Actually, and then they'll be kind of like looking down at the viewer menacingly. Alright, let's merge those. We'll kind of get it in the center here. There we go. Let's get up the actual reference. His legs are probably going to be mostly covered up, so I won't get too into that. And we'll have it kind of like so. As far as his wings go, kind of like so. With the feathers, I hate drawing feathers. They are actually just super obnoxious. Way too much detail. At least in the more realistic sense. You can stylize them in a way that's not so bad, but it's not intuitive to me. Yeah, let's go ahead and take this. We will make a copy of that, so we don't have to redraw the whole thing and try to make it so fairly symmetrical. Alright. About like so should be good. And let's see. Now we got the position of him down, so let's go ahead and block in some of his henchmen. see. That's his head size, so they should be a little bigger. Birds have weird bodies, man. Something like so. Let's go ahead and I'll merge those layers and take him off. I'm looking at this. The thing should probably have its face up a little higher. Whoops. Where to go? There it is. Alright. So we want the thing to be looking down, which means... Or looking... the viewer is looking up at it. Which means that you're gonna see the underside more. And then he should be, like, looking down at the viewer as well. I missed the opportunity to use El Pollo Diablo in this stream, in the stream title. The Devil Chicken. That probably would have been a good idea to have done that. Alright. I'll do like so. Actually, you should probably be standing a little more upright. We're gonna move this leg in. Let's move his head back a tad. Actually, looking at the proportions on the reference, he should probably be a little more big-headed, at least in proportion to his body. And he got a little gobble there. Okie dokie. Let's make this other guy a little more front-facing. Oh. It'll be about like so. It looks a little off.
Dale Dakery Pop said, I am here despite the fact that everyone's streaming today apparently.
Well, thanks, Dale. How's it going? And I see patrons in the
Dale
Rumble
Dakery
chat
Pop
too.
Said, but jokes aside, I see you are drawing the spooky bird.
I am drawing the spooky bird. How's it going, patron? Trying out the emotes over there, I see. I missed the opportunity to use the phrase El Pollo Diablo in this stream title, unfortunately. And I'm still kicking myself for it. So we're drawing some spooky chickens here. I've also got the big guy up in the background here. I'm doing the Batman pose. So we got him and a couple of his henchmen. And then we're gonna have like a bunch of little cheapies in the foreground, like staring right at your face. A cheapie's got big heads, so they'll take up a lot of space actually. Let's see. What the heck does Cheapy look like? Oh, that's right. I did a redesign and I haven't updated the website with him yet. Well, not so much a redesign as much just a cleanup. Where he at? There he is.
Dale Dakery Pop said, every stream has the new creature short for Magmans Laravi form. Even YouTube agrees. Best creature family.
Then has the creature short for Magman's larval form. I guess I don't know. I never look at that stuff. I'm on the streamer side of things, you know. I don't get to see what it looks like on the actual YouTubes while I'm streaming. Got enough going on as it is. But maybe that's just tailored to you, Dale. I wonder if other people have the same experience. I have this guy, so he's like got his wings spread out a little bit. So he's like,
Dale Dakery Pop said, if it is tailored to me, then I have the best experience hands down.
Alright, I think the proportions are getting a little out of hand. Smaller body here. Smaller body. Wider head. A little more football shaped. Let's see. What's been going on with things these days? I was literally thinking of things to talk about for the stream today, and I was like drawing a blank. I don't know if that's because things are just boring this week, or if I've just been too busy to really notice. You know, I really should leave the details for when I draw this bigger.
Kohate said, hey guys.
Hey Kohet. Everybody is in completely different chats today. That's how it is, huh?
Kohate said, oh no.
Dale's on YouTube, you're on Twitch, Patron's on Rumble. I guess that means you guys won't be able to have conversations without me in the chat. Alright, I want to move this guy's face up quite a bit.
I wouldn't bet on that, maybe.
Let's see, Patron says, debating moving back to Twitch so you can
Dale
visit the
Dakery
sweet milestones.
Said,
Totally not because I'm lonely or anything.
I think, and English voice actors gloating about ruining the projects they're ascend to. Disney's getting sued, I think. Dale Dakery Pop said, Hi Kohate, hi patron.
Yeah, Disney is getting sued. That's kind of like from weeks ago, isn't it? But yeah, I guess Gina Carano is teaming up with Elon Musk for that. Which I'm actually surprised that Musk has been putting his money where his mouth is so consistently recently. Maybe he's not an actual total scumbag like most billionaires. Let's see, what else? VTuber drama. Do we want to talk about VTuber drama even? I mean, as far as I can tell.
Said, once you have all the money in the world, the thing that's most important to you becomes your values.
Yeah, I guess. Thing is, there's tons of uber rich people and they just kind of, I guess that might be their values. I don't know. But VTuber drama. I don't know, do we want to wait for Evergrade? I think we have a small audience for VTuber
said,
drama at the moment.
What if I value money, Kohate?
Oh, you know what they say, the love of money is the root of all evil, Dale. Not to get philosophical, that's one of the things I kind of have a problem with a lot of people who
Kohate
obsess over capitalism.
Said, Dale, if you only value money because you're a brokey.
But yeah. Not to sound like a communist or anything, but right-wingers definitely need to acknowledge that freaking greed is not a virtue.
Dale Dakery Pop said, then I'm lawful evil baby.
Are you lawful, Dale? I would not peg you as lawful. I don't know that just following the laws is enough to be considered lawful.
Kohate said, but you would peg him?
No, Kohet. I'm not like you guys. Just for that, we're gonna have this cheapie stare straight into your soul.
Kohate.
This one's coming for you,
Kohate. Unlawful? Dale Dakery Pop said, Bria.
Bria. I saw that one before Geronimo said it, and I was sure he would just pronounce it weirdly. I was waiting for it. Thanks, Geronimo. You didn't disappoint. Oh, I like that. That's a design element I should have incorporated in the first place with these guys. Say if their things went like this. Spooky. I don't know, is it too late to change that as a normal thing?
Dale Dakery Pop said, I'm totally lawful. I always wait for the crossing lights to turn green and return the shopping trolley.
Crossing lights. Are we talking about the pedestrian ones? Because if it's pedestrian traffic, then yes, that is definitely a lawful trait. But if it's like actual car traffic lights, then no, that's just being safe.
Said, what's you JPY? Jaywalkings per year.
My jaywalkings per year would be pretty low because I don't walk around.
Dale Dakery Pop said, like 2 J-Pie. And I walk a lot.
What do you think? Should I try to cram another one in there?
Kohate said, yeah, that's pretty lawful. There's extra math that goes into this calculation though FR.
We could put one more down here, but it might be a little crowded. Although that is kind of what I'm going for. You know what, though? I could probably use this guy instead of drawing it all again. Now I'm questioning how big. Okay, we could definitely probably move this guy up a bit. Definitely, probably. This dude looks like he's not big enough. So how's Ruffy and Trent coming along, Dale? I've been trying to get a group together for our first thing, but it's like pulling teeth trying to get people to actually do the things that need to be done to play. Ugh. Alright, I think I'm gonna move or size this guy up a tad.
Dale Dakery Pop said, still gotta finish a bit of things, then he'll work on art. Unfortunately, this month is chock of Kring IRL stuff.
I see. Let's see.
Said, it's such a hassle getting together for anything. Luckily I just play fighting games, so when someone says we should play sometime, I just hit M with the, like right now, yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the problems with tabletop RPGs. I've been trying to work on ways to like make solo play more viable. Like I've got the whole, what do you call that? The battle montage mechanic that I was working on. And that's something you can use. Whoops, hold up. I kind of want to run the whole Gilded campaign. It's kind of an ongoing thing. So you can like, we can have DMs adjudicate downtime and stuff.
I haven't heard of the battle montage mechanic yet.
Perhaps I should explain the battle montage mechanic. Yeah, so the battle montage is basically just a way to resolve combat. Usually it's meant for easy ones. And it just kind of boils the combat down to basically a skill check.
Dale Dakery Pop said, can the battle montage be changed to dance battle montage?
No. This is creatures, not ooblets. Y'all don't even know what I'm talking about, do you? But anyways, battle montage is just you take your team of combatants and you square them off against the other side, and then basically you roll attacks, and then it's like a skill check. The more you're shooting for a number of successes based on how much health the other side has that you're squared up against. And then whatever amount of successes you fail to get determines how much damage you take. but the end result is assumed that you're gonna win.
Blitz is such a deep cut dice. I dating a dude like 10 years ago who was into a blitz.
Is Ooblets that freaking old? What? I have to look at this. Last time I checked on Ooblets, it was still in early access. It was in dev for ages. Yeah, it's like a farming sim with monster collecting, but the monsters dance battle. I could definitely see you playing it, Kohat, because it plays out as a roguelike card battler. Which honestly ain't such a bad thing for like the format of the game. I just hated the aesthetics.
Kohate said, "No, I hated it, and anyone associated with it and anyone who liked it."
That game is like super cringe.
Dale Dakery Pop said, "Need or dance battle games."
Or dance battle games? What? You know what? Maybe when I get this sketch finished up, I'll like do a little bit of I'll play around in my solo game a tad.
Hello.
Who's there? Hey, it's Evergrey.
Dale Dakery Pop
No one important.
said,
How's it going?
More dance battle games.
Oh, we're talking about dance battle games apparently.
I get dance battle games. What dance battle games are there to begin with? Because
War is a top-level domain for dwarves.
Very specific.
Dale Dakery
Does
Pop
Dance Dance Revolution count?
I don't think DDR
on the
is,
disco floor.
Hold on. People in chat are screaming at me through Geronimo.
Well, let's hear them out. Let's get in on the dance battle game lore that we're clearly sorely lacking context on.
We're talking about Ooblets, which Kohat so graciously dropped a link to in the stream chat. If you want to fill yourself in on that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at the page and it does have the main reason I know about it. Well, one thing. I remember some stuff coming up, but apparently it was an Epic Game Store exclusive.
Oh, I bet I got it for free off of there. That's why I played it.
Dale says, "Listen, if you showed me a fighting game and its entire premise was dance battles, I'd buy it. I only like fighting games." That sounds cool.
How would you even do that?
Like that.
It doesn't function. You have to make contact, and you don't do that in dance battles. Tell them, Kohat.
That is literally DDR. I don't remember people punching others in DDR. Unless everyone's just been playing the game wrong all these years. Weak no contact DDR. No, but violence, Dale says. And I guess the real problem is we just don't have enough violence in our dance moves.
You just want to play Eddie in Tekken.
Whoops, it's all Eddie.
Alright, I need to actually draw this thing.
Wait, what creatures are these?
These are the undead chickens.
What are their names?
We've got Cheapy down here. And these guys are Befoul. And this is Roosterge.
Owl and
they have vampire fangs on their teeth because they have the vampire class.
does Roosterge have a page?
Yes.
How do you spell it? Must be putting it in wrong.
Roos Dirge.
Dirge. I'm spelling it with the T. I missed the fangs on the other two. I keep thinking of Cheapy first and assume their beaks are the same as the other ones. Description for Cheapy. This small nocturnal fowl has a shrill, haunting cry that strikes fears into those who hear it. When cheapies gather together, their songs are loud enough to drive other creatures away in fear. This behavior helps them ward off larger creatures that may otherwise prey on them. As a group, cheapies can create whole areas that other creatures are fearful to enter due to the haunting atmosphere. Me and the boys, when we get together for a night of screaming.
Exactly.
I can't believe they're chatting on stream just like us. You can only imagine the hard-hitting debates they have.
Yeah, I see Kohet says, I'm so happy I didn't pick up the new Tekken. What's wrong with the new Tekken exactly?
I'm going to hear from Kohet on that. I don't pay attention. I'm not much of a fighting game guy.
Kohet is a fighting game guy though.
I know. He's our fighting game expert. Our source when we need some completely unbiased info on what's going on in the world of fighting games.
Dude, he looks badass. Look at this guy.
The expression and the... It's not, but it looks... But kind of his hair from that angle kind of reminds me of a pompadour.
He's supposed to look like a mob boss, kinda.
It's working. I didn't see that at first, but it's gonna stick now.
Let's see, Kohet says, every time a new Tekken comes out, I pick it up hoping it'll be good, and every time it turns out to be the gameplay equivalent of stale whole grain bread. Dang. Tekken's one of the few fighting games I actually care that much about, but I haven't played it in a long time. Mostly because it's a very console thing, and I don't do consoles anymore.
Tekken's on Steam, isn't it?
Maybe. Lots of things are on Steam now that used to be console things. Because consoles suck! And people have started to realize it.
People are realizing making a PC isn't as hard as it seems.
Oh, and he says Eddie is DLC. Now that's like a nail in the coffin thing, yeah.
Yep, Tekken 8 is on PC for $70. with the deluxe edition for $100, and an ultimate edition for $110, and probably more DLC on the way. Most normal fighting game.
Do they have anything like interesting in it? Whoever knows. Because Tekken used to have like little mini games and stuff that you could play that were fun.
Goeth.
But it seems like fighting games don't actually do that anymore.
No more car punching. What were some mini games you can think of that Tekken had? I've never heard of that.
Wait, Koya says the DLC situation isn't that weird. Bro, if there's DLC like when it comes out for characters that are like normal in the franchise, it's kind of bad.
I don't think Code's saying it's not bad. I think he's saying it's not abnormal for fighting games. Like, you know how Pokemon usually in the past had a regular edition, then they'd like upgrade it with like Pokemon Gold and Silver and Crystal, then Ruby, Sapphire with Emeralds. I'm pretty sure that's how fighting games operated for like a while before DLC came out. Only it was the main way of getting the franchise out and not like an upgrade to a generation.
I never saw that.
I'm probably thinking of Street Fighter. Like,
Oh, here he is to defend himself.
okay, don't kill me, Koeth.
I'm not here to defend myself. I'm simply here to explain the fighting game DLC situation.
Okay.
Please do.
So in ye olden days, back in the Street Fighter 2 days, right? Whenever you wanted to get new characters, new stages, new like mechanics and stuff, instead of like rolling out DLC, you would instead just release another full price game that has like a little, like 2 or 3 tweaks, maybe one new character. And we fighting game players were just like, bet, I'll pick that up. No problem whatsoever.
That's a very current year way of thinking for the old days.
Well, I mean, that was before the time of downloadable content. That was like, you could not just go online and update your game. You needed to have a physically new disc. And then somebody would discover that like one character is super broken, and it's just like, all right, we just live in this world where Dante is the strongest character in the game and there's nothing we can do about it. And now the DLC situation with fighting games is actually a lot more copacetic. Like, it's a lot nicer. A lot cheaper too.
What the hell was that word you just used?
Copacetic. Not aesthetic, copacetic.
Yeah, you know, it's like copacetic.
Copacetic.
No, I don't think it is that way. I don't even know what that is.
He doesn't think it's
use the word wrong?
copacetic, Goeth.
I don't know. I've never heard it.
Let's look up the definition.
I've looked up the definition of copacetic.
Break
and
out
it means
the
very
thesaurus.
satisfactory.
You know what? This definition is indeed very satisfactory.
Yeah, I've successfully used the word copacetic.
Go ahead. You could have used like a much less complicated word and gotten the same
But that's
thing.
the word. That's the word I wanted to use.
Goeth is too
You know?
much of a galaxy brain to stick to our simple caveman words.
All right, Mr. Thesaurus.
Under synonyms, here's a good one: hunky dory. Let me bring it down to your guys' level.
Break it down for us. Smooth your brain for a slight moment.
Yeah, the fighting game, I've never heard anybody ever say the word ducky to mean agreeable. But apparently that's the synonym.
I've heard of ducky. I didn't know it meant agreeable.
I mean, I've always thought it just meant like the duck. Like a diminutive duck.
That would make sense. I mean,
I heard the phrase saying, "Ain't that just ducky?" But it was said sarcastically.
Well, yeah, it kind of has that kind of energy, doesn't it?
Yeah, let's see some other synonyms. Here's one. Felicitous.
Felicitous is strong. This is a new word for me, and it just means copaesthetic.
It's a yeah, it's a synonym of copaesthetic.
Dude,
copacetic.
I love being on the Creatures Niche English Learners podcast. This is great.
This is like the old skit with like what is it, Daffy Duck or in Porky Pig or something like that, where Daffy keeps waking Porky up because he keeps saying good night in a different language, and he's like, "What does that mean?" And then he says it in a different language. It's like, it means buenas noches. Then he's like, what does buenas noches mean? Then he picks a different language and says it means that.
What is the etymology of copaesthetic? Oh, it's of obscure origin. Never mind.
Hold up. We'll never know the true lore.
Dale says hunky-dory is a good word. I agree. It feels good to say.
It feels like a word that's too nice to come out of a normal person's mouth.
I don't trust anybody who says anything is hunky-dory. Just like as a rule.
That's not very hunky-dory of you, Koeth.
It has extremely strong "this is fine" energy. So I just like
it feels sarcastic, doesn't it? Kind of.
A little bit. Like I've never heard anybody be like, "Oh yeah, everything's all hunky dory," and then have a situation where I discover later that everything is indeed hunky dory. It's never hunky dory.
I will reiterate that it is appropriate that one of its synonyms is ducky, which I've only heard once used extremely sarcastically and not in a good way.
Well, I mean, that makes sense, I guess, because copaesthetic, every time I've used it and had it used, is like people are accepting a situation that they're not very happy about, which is the fighting game DLC situation, because it's better and more economical than it was in the past. It might be the only such situation in modern gaming.
For the DLC is improved.
But I wish they would just treat DLC like expansion packs used to be.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What I mean? You don't remember expansion packs?
I'll be honest. It's I remember expansion packs, but was that you get one expansion pack and you get a pack of characters?
It was like you just got a bunch of new content for the game. Like Diablo 2 had an expansion pack that gave you like an entire 25% more game and new classes.
The only expansion pack experience that I have is with The Sims, and that was not okay. That's like incredibly exploitative and anti-consumer, like what's the word, marketing or business. I don't know how you would describe it.
What was the expansion pack for The Sims? Which Sims exactly?
All of them.
Sims have tons of expansion packs because there's so much crap you can stuff into it. And then they reboot it into a new version, and then they don't have half the stuff that was in it before. So you have to buy all those expansion packs again when they come out with them.
Welcome to The Sims Pet Stuff. In this expansion pack, you get cats, dogs, and cat and dog furniture, as well as the ability to interact with cats and dogs. In 2 years, we'll give you the ability to have goldfish. That'll be $60, please.
They were way ahead of their time. That's like how Mojang handles Minecraft now.
Oh, really? Oh, that's so gross.
Well, their updates are free, I think, so it's not as bad, but still their updates are like, hey, we've got 2 mobs that we're going to introduce. Let's have a poll to decide which one we do.
If they have the mobs, why don't they just add the mobs?
And this is like once a year they do this.
So gross.
Their updates are always like super meaningless.
Because I'm a fighting game player, I give a lot of leeway to the fighting game devs when they're like, all right, this is who the DLC character is going to be, and we don't have them yet. Just because you add a new character and you haven't done like the necessary steps to make sure they're not broken, you destroy the balance of your game. But if you're Mojang and it's like, do we add sheep or do we add bees? I feel like you can just like add them both.
Yeah.
I think that's the
that's
main
not an
problem
issue.
where they have a vote, and the one thing that's picked, yeah, if you pick one, everything the others go out the window.
Man, I'm so over democracy.
You don't like the fancy word for mob rule?
Yeah, I've had a couple of bad experiences recently. It's very unproductive.
You're right. We should probably vote on it. Okay. Democracy bad. Who's voting A? Who's voting aye?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm voting aye. I'm participating in the system even though I hate the system. I
Use
am the
this-
meme.
We use the system to destroy the system.
When's the last time you destroyed a system?
I've probably done it a few times in working on creatures.
You've probably done it more than your average bear, that's for sure. What are there any systems that in creatures that you've destroyed that you are like, man, I should have kept that. I should not have gutted that for all of its like parts.
No, because I could literally just re-implement it if I ever felt like that.
I see. That's true. But like sometimes you make a change and you're like, I can't go back. I'm stuck because if I go back, I'm gonna break the structure, the Jenga tower that what I have now is built on top of.
I don't think I've had
Perhaps-
anything like that. The biggest
Oh, I see.
change I probably could make, that I've made, would be like originally I kind of wanted to have like a Pokemon card game style of resource management, where each type had like their own types of mana that you would have to have, instead of just having like generic mana. But that felt really
think that-
tedious.
Yeah, I think you were you were correct to scrap that one. I don't want to get mana screwed in my collectible monster collecting game.
It'd be fun.
Let's see, Dale says, some of the most popular mods for Minecraft are ones that add in the mobs that were not added to the vanilla game. And Mojang is so freaking lazy.
Maybe they should.
It's weird that they got, I'm assuming, lazier after they were purchased by Microsoft. Or maybe that's not weird, but like...
It kind of tracks with corporate stuff.
Yeah, it does. I
Like,
feel like
they're just like making money off of branding and stuff at this point. Mostly, it seems like. Branding and sales to new babies that just got old enough to play Minecraft.
yeah,
man,
I only
you've just
hear
had a
about
baby.
Minecraft existing rather than there being any big changes to it.
I love the government subsidized Minecraft copy for new mothers. I think that's an excellent democratic policy that we should adopt.
What?
Like, you know, you have a
Minecraft
kid.
subsidy for new. I get what you're saying. Now,
Yeah.
so you're saying
be-
that people should get free Minecraft for their kids.
Yeah, absolutely. It's better than TikTok.
But they'll do both.
Ooh, you're right.
You'd have
You
to
know,
ban
never mind.
TikTok.
We're just screwed.
Ban TikTok,
I can't-
subsidize Minecraft. There you go. Now we're talking
Which
policy.
way, Western man?
This is some democracy I can get behind. Like
Oh,
just
I-
banning TikTok. Banning TikTok, like that'll be a net gain, no matter what you do.
And not only will you not have TikTok, like YouTube and Instagram also won't have to do their competitor thing where they try to make shorts and everything. And
I
ruin
really
their
wish-
entire platforms.
I really wish they just wouldn't do that.
You and everybody
they-
else.
I wish they would just stop. It's quite unpleasant.
Yeah, it's really bad. Like, I don't understand. Like, it's me becoming old. I don't understand what the appeal of TikTok is. I have not talked to a person who routinely watches TikTok that I'm like, you are a very intelligent and engaging individual.
Dale, I do not know of a single game Microsoft has released in the last 8 years, let alone a good game.
When did Killer Instinct come out?
I have no idea.
The latest one, let's find out. Killer Instinct. Oh, 2013.
Ah, dang it. Off by a year.
A few, but that one was close. Since it's technically kind of relevant, Sea of Thieves came out 2018. It feels like it was around longer.
Was that published by Microsoft?
Yeah, made by Microsoft, published by Microsoft, made by Rare, and it's all they've been focusing on for 6 years. Technically irrelevant because Skull and Bones released, and you get to be a heroic pirate fighting against the evils of
No,
capitalism.
yes. Those damn
That is-
capitalists, let's steal from them.
I don't know, man. That game looks like it's stealing from the people, actually. That game, everything I've seen about it does not look great.
The most revolutionary thing it did was it upped people's opinion of Sea of Thieves, and like it really is one of the most mixed reception, because
One of the games of all time.
kind of, because people seem to actually really like it, but it's solely at its best when it's a multiplayer game. You're messing around with people, and it seems to be what it's built around.
Everything I've seen has it as strictly worse than other video games that already exist, which I think is insulting considering how expensive it is.
Which one are we talking about?
The Skull and Bones.
Ah,
Apparently it started off inspired by Assassin's Creed Black Flag, or as other people like to call it, Assassin's Creed Let Me Play It. Please expand the boat gameplay.
Except they did not expand the boat gameplay. and it doesn't have any of the Assassin's Creed stuff in it either.
There's
So
ship
it's-
battles, but instead of jumping onto the enemy ship to fight people, you just get the ship weak enough, and you get a cutscene where you take their stuff.
Oh man, I love cutscenes. Oh yay!
God, you don't get it. We're not big time developers.
Go ahead,
See, it's
starting
a
to
less
sound like
is mo-
me.
It's a less is more approach.
So tired, Dice. Oh my god.
ED, you're running out of it is what it is, aren't you?
I ran out of it is what it is like seven months ago. Now I'm on
You're on it. Do what
still
it be.
living. It do what it be. Yeah.
It does what
I'm
it
seconds
does.
away from doobie
without
doo
me.
whopping.
All right, we'll take a look at my chickens for a second.
All right, Farmer Joe.
I'm pretty happy with it actually. You can see we start off down here and it's like it's all cutesy, and then it gets a little. As you go up, it gets more and more less cute and more intimidating until you get to this guy. And that's how when you realize you're in trouble.
My boss Roosterge doesn't like your company here.
I like the line of motion that the triangle shape that you've created here.
Ah, yes, the classical
The
triangle.
shape is very strong.
I see it now. That's nice. Leading up to this guy with all the open space around him.
Yeah, and then we can have
Which
in the background we can have like we can have hold on. How do we want to do this? Let me get my brush out. Let me get my special brush.
I'm too excited.
I'm changing from the round brush for once.
Oh, he's changing, folks.
oh, this
Watch
is a
out.
recipe for disaster or glory. I'm holding on to the edge of my seat here.
Oh,
We can do like so. Then let's see. But we need to go back to the round brush.
you're gonna have the
reliable.
moon behind him.
We'll have the moon. Yes, we will have the moon.
When the moon hits your eye
Like a big pizza pie.
pizza
pie.
pie, that's a
moon.
rooster.
Oh.
Would you
And they do like this. Bit of
consider
that.
making the line weight on the back rooster substantially lighter than the cheapies up front?
I'm
Like
not
have
worried.
it-
I'm not worrying about line weight at the moment. This one's
You
going
got-
to Patron.
Oh, I see.
Let him
Patrick's
do
going
most
to
of
the
that.
line weight mines.
So cruel.
Yeah.
Can we get a like in the chat for Patron? Real true for that
Absolutely
guy.
not.
You're not doing the Patron appreciation stream correctly, Koeth.
Is that what the stream was? Did I miss the memo?
Do
Well,
what?
apparently it's a Patron hate stream now, Koeth.
Every stream is a patron hate stream because I am
Oh,
jealous.
pardon me. Sorry for the brief intermission. Welcome back to the Patron hate stream. Patron hate. Glad we're back on topic.
I don't have anything. I don't have anything that I can really say to supplement the nature of the stream, except that he's a very good animator, and I'm incredibly jealous of his capabilities. So I hate him.
For my Patron hate segment, I'll add on to what you said along with his animation capabilities. I like his art a lot, and I'm very much looking forward to the comic he'll eventually make. So,
No mention of the furry allegations?
He's not beating the furry allegations.
are they I'd
can't
like to
hate
call
him for
those
that.
the truth. I mean, I'll just stick with calling that the truth to save time. So actually, you know what? I think that's Dice's segment for the patron hate. What excellent segue, man.
You,
Well, not
you
only is he
really,
a furry, we also found out recently he's a scaly.
oh, is this true?
Was just thinking of that. You're right.
Oh, that's actually inexcusable. That's
You know what?
he's gone too far. Gotta old yeller him, which
know
you'll
what?
appreciate as a furry.
You know. You know what? Go at that. If you're saying that someone's too much of a degen, I have to believe you.
I mean, it's the scalies, man. It's just weird.
I understand. I understand.
Patrons denying the allegations in the chat. By the way, just for fairness.
We are the jury of his peers, so we are the ones that make the decision.
Dale says Scaly is more interesting than furry, so I can let that slide.
I mean, actually, you know what? I'm one to agree. It is more interesting, but that's not always better.
More interesting is not always more good.
It's less
Exactly.
common, at least. I can say that.
There, the piece is done. Bada bing, bada boom.
Perfect.
What the hell? Wait, what happened? I looked away for like 30 seconds.
You're too slow. You're too slow, Dice.
It's called the fill tool,
yeah.
Kohet.
Oh, I see.
We're in the 21st century, Koeth. Get with the times.
It's distorted because my screen that I'm looking at it on is much smaller. So I see all the flats and everything in, and then I see the moon with the like blur around it, and I'm like, he wasn't kidding. He is just done. That's insane. How do I learn this power?
Make your offer.
Let's see.
Offering to Roosturge.
Dale says Lamia, no further comment. Patron says digital art just makes itself. And you know, speaking of
The
that,
AI bros were right.
yeah, man, like I think I've said this before, but AI bros like to say like, oh, people hated digital art when it was new too, and it's like people hated digital art because they thought it worked like AI art, but it doesn't, and now they know it doesn't because there's tons of people who they've seen people actually work on digital art, and it's nothing like that. Misconception dispelled. Now defend your own stuff that actually is just as bad.
Yeah.
There was something that was posted earlier. I forget who it was. I think it might have been Straw Bunny. And it was a person who was talking about how people stealing his AI art prompts was akin to theft, with no sense of irony whatsoever.
I saw that.
And it's one of those things where I'm like, surely this is a parody. There's no way a person could be so self-unaware. But alas, I was unfortunately proven wrong.
Shame. But anyway, yeah, everything I've done in like the last 10 minutes is not going to be used.
Sometimes you just gotta have fun, you know?
Welcome back to the fun stream. We're gonna learn the meaning of the word
There we
fun.
go. This is what we're throwing. This is what we're gonna throw down to Patron after I save it.
Patron
You could at
catch
least, like,
coming in hot.
Hand it to him nicely. You don't have to throw it. That's kind of rude, don't you think?
It's a test. The trust throw. Do you trust Dice to throw this in a safe way, or to throw it at you dangerously?
I don't. Dice bags hold dice. They do not throw them.
You can throw a
think-
dice bag though.
You can throw a dice bag, and it would be more stable than throwing all the dice, on their lonesome.
Whoa. dice be upon ye.
Oh, I do not have a dice bag within reach.
How much you want to bet I can finish the line art before stream ends? Says Patron. I will bet.
You want me to send it to you now? I was gonna wait till after the stream, but if you want.
He actually just took like a screenshot and is doing it in the most laborious way possible.
I have to find the right folder for this first. Illustrations. What should we call this one?
A murder? I don't know.
A murder of cheaps?
Birds of a feather kill together.
I will be right back.
I'll be right here.
I'm gonna call it El Pollo Diablo.
That's really good.
Oh, hello. Wait a second. Los Pollos Diablos. There we go.
Perfection.
Now we save it as a PNG. Let's see. Gotta open up my Google Drive to throw it in there. Shared work, there it is. Sketches, there it is. All right. What did I name this? Los Pollos Diablos.
Yeah. Indeed.
Okay, there we go. Uploading to the folder. And it's done.
He did it.
There you go, Patron. Do what you will. Now what?
I don't know. You usually do after you make art.
Make more art?
Well, you answered your own question.
I was talking about showing y'all how the battle montage works and stuff in creatures. Let me see how difficult that would be at the drop of a hat.
Sure.
Let's see. Where is... There it is. Roll 20. Alright, let me get this stuff up. I've still got the battle scene from the last time I actually played one out on the solo campaign.
When's that from?
Huh?
When's that from?
Weeks ago.
Gotcha.
I haven't updated the character tokens either. Let's see. I should put this on the screen instead of just looking at it myself.
I thought my screen was loading.
Aha.
There we go.
There
We're
it
in.
is. Yeah, let's see. I got everybody like dead and losing their health.
Sad.
Shit. Let's see what happened. Aiden got knocked down. But we're not going to deal with that. We're going to set everybody back up to their full health and everything. Let's find some guys to throw at the party.
Sometimes I have to get the random thoughts out of my head.
It doesn't show up on the screen very well. It's a little small.
A little bit.
Anyways, I was looking up the Vivid Veil. Let's see. Let's roll the dice. Gum pillars. Alright, they're fighting gum pillars. According to the random tables.
Duly noted.
Let's see, Dale. There is a player characters channel. I think everybody can post in there. It's like a forum. Alright, where are the gum pillars at? There they are. There's so much stuff I've organized into different folders and whatnot. They are not updated. You know what? It don't matter. Alright, let's roll a die to get the size of the enemies. 6.
6 gum pillars.
6 gum pillars.
Alrighty.
2, 3, 4, 5. Bada bob. When's Kohat coming back? He was the one asking about this stuff.
I'll come back at the end when you finish explaining. That's how it always works. Maybe we can find a way to lure him. Dice, you got... What are those plans for a creatures fighting game coming out? Wink, wink.
Well, I was gonna make it exactly like Tekken.
The good? You mean when Tekken was good, right?
Tekken is always good.
The good old days when they made when patches were new games.
It's always been better than like BlazBlue and whatever the hell else Kohat plays.
The only good fighting game
Is a dead fighting game. Is a casual fighting game.
Yeah.
Hello, my goodness, mime over in the Twitch chat. What happens after you die? What do you mean? Are we talking about it in this game I'm working on, or just me in general?
Let's try to avoid existentialism and just focus on the game. I assume that if you die in the game, you die in real life.
Of course.
It's that extra motivator that'll give creatures the edge against other RPGs.
Maybe I should have just gone on to draw something else and save this for later.
It's your stream, Dice.
Let's switch back. We'll go through this when the gang is all here.
Hard mode shall come later.
Now let's get rid of the chickens here.
Who's getting art next?
I was just gonna go back to designing equipment for a while.
Alright. More armor?
Oh no, I haven't really designed much armor yet, have I?
When I think of armor you made, I think of it as part of someone's character design.
Yeah, generally. Let's see, we could work on the Everwhite gear, which I have not really done much with yet.
I remember the Everwhite enemy character. That's the last one I can think of.
Right.
Yeah, I think I remember this. I remember this axe, the jagged ice axe. So are you drawing armor or weapons in general?
Maybe I should take that guy's helmet that I drew and put that on here.
Sure. Make it go wild. Make the armor consistent.
Dale wants an Everwhite boar spear.
An ice spear sounds cool. Literally. Because it's ice.
It'd be like an icicle.
See, I know there's a...
I kind of need to do a lower level version of these guys too sometime, because the one I drew before is really decked out.
Oh wait, this is what a sick. I forgot hammer and sickle. Maybe you can make an actual icicle.
And Dale was saying that in the chat. Let's see.
Okay. Big Brain Dale.
I should use a symmetry ruler on this, now that I'm thinking about it.
That just might help.
There we go. I hear ticks in the Gilded chat. What's going on?
Let's have a look. Dale Deckery says, better question, where is the sacred digital bonus go on my character sheet? Real question is, do I get to spend EXP on abilities and character creation? And if so, is there a cap?
Yes, you do get to spend your experience at character creation. That is the point of giving experience at character creation.
Gotcha.
And the only cap is how much you have. Do you have access to the abilities, Dale? Do you know where to find that? That's one of the things I worry about, is people just being able to find the information. Because if I know people, as soon as they can't figure something out, they just drop it immediately.
Have a look. Abilities. Let's see.
I think it's on the actual character creation page.
Character creation. Step 1, 2.
Abilities is on the Build a Conjurer list. Okay.
I return, and the first thing I see is a sickle in the chat. It's very ominous.
That was Dale's idea.
It's gonna be an ice sickle.
Oh, I can't believe this.
What is this commie nonsense I'm hearing? That's what you're thinking, isn't it?
That was my initial. What? This Mario drawing is also very good.
Well, I can't take all the credit. I was inspired recently.
It would be much better if it was like the Eminem "Woe Be Upon Ye." Do you know what I'm talking about?
I know what you're talking about. This was the first thing I found, and I was inspired. I was thinking of the Eminem one though. I'm sure I'll do something for that eventually.
I don't even know what you guys are talking about. M&Ms.
You don't know the...
You don't know about M&Ms?
I don't know about the specific M&M thing you're talking about.
Whoa! I found it. That was the fastest meme lookup in my entire life.
Memes are kind of hard to find, aren't they?
Yeah.
Unless it's really popular, I have trouble finding specific ones.
And it works out because it's a rat. Not that Patron is a rat, but like, you know, mouse, rat, it's similar.
Oh, that M&M.
Have you seen this specific meme though?
No.
I don't know if this counts as a very popular one. I do enjoy the variations.
Yeah, step 4. The sensation of returning to your good friend's stream after 15 minutes and just trying to reestablish your bearings is, I don't know, it never gets better. It's always insane.
Dale's talking
What?
about creatures' character creation. I was asking him if he could find the abilities page easily.
I found it pretty easily.
Working on now. That's my biggest question, is who is this armored man?
This is equipment.
Oh my god. Oh. Oh, good.
Alright, for the audience, here's what Patron just posted.
That's too good.
2 lines drawn, then got
Man.
distracted. What is my goodness, my me talking about when he asks, what happens after you die? What conversation did you guys have?
I don't
Well,
know.
actually, apparently the whole conversation like, part of the topic was partially inspired by you, Koeth.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
You're not going to further elaborate?
I was all set up to like show people how the battle montage works, and I was waiting on you to come back, but
Oh my gosh.
it took this long.
I'm ready. Can I'm finally ready to hear.
I'm ready to hear too.
Alright, shall we go back? I guess I'll put my drawing on hold. Let's see.
I know how excited you were to explain the ins and outs on the fly.
I
Explain.
do get excited to explain game mechanics, but not necessarily to demonstrate them in front of a live audience with no preparation.
This is how you know you're a professional, though.
Everyone's
You're always ready.
everyone's watching, Dice Bag. No pressure.
Alright, so let me put it up on the actual stream here. There we go. Alright, so we got our 3 adventurers over here, and they've been faced with a pack of little gum pillars. And we're gonna engage in a battle montage because gum pillars are weak enemies, and it's pretty much a foregone conclusion that they're going to win. The party, not the gum pillars. And we're just worried about like how much damage they're gonna take and how many resources they spend dealing with these guys.
Alrighty.
So here's what, you know what, let me get up my step-by-step guide for the battle montage.
Please do.
I believe it is in the combat section of the wiki at the very end. There it is, battle montage. So, each player character chooses a creature to summon. So let's see. I'm gonna have to look at what these guys have. So we probably don't want to summon Cheapy because these things are fairy types and he's weak to fairies.
Gotcha.
Does the battle montage take that into account then?
Yes.
Okay. It's already more involved than I realized it was going to be.
Arbo is also weak to fairies. That's a shame.
They have no strong creatures capable of the task at hand.
Wait,
They
we
have
start off with hard mode.
They have others. So let's see. Aiden has a psychic here. That should be okay. And let's see. Medwin also has a psychic.
Alrighty.
And you know what? They all have psychics.
Okay.
So I guess they're all gonna summon their psychics.
Man, if
It
only
does
those were
sound like you
Magmans,
decided that
Dale would
on
be,
the fly.
if only there were Magmans, Dale would be so happy.
Look, this campaign has been going with an AI DM and random tables. Everything is pretty much on the fly.
Make do with what you got.
Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna have the guys square up against each of the gum pillars here. So what you can do, you can double team them, like have multiple guys square up against the same one, or you can just have them go straight up one-on-one with each. I think that's what we're gonna do right here,
All right.
because that's just easier. And let's see. Then they're gonna choose an attack to use against their gum pillars. Oh wait, we need to actually determine the little stats. So each gum pillar has 40 hit points. That means they need 8 successes each. So what you do is, in order to determine how many successes you need to kill the thing, you take the amount of hit points they have and divide it by 5. So each of these guys is gonna have 8. They're actually pretty tough little guys for such a low-level creature.
I feel like you're discovering right now that you're like, wow, these guys are actually kind of tough.
Well, no, they deal crap damage.
Oh, I see. They're just spongy. They're the
Yeah.
fairies.
So then what we're gonna do is we're gonna use an attack power from each of these guys. So let's go ahead and have Rhiannon is first up. She's gonna use her wand to attack these guys. And let's pull up the gum pillar sheet so I can see it real quick, because I need their stats. Alright, gum pillars have 5 evasion. So if we look, she rolled an 8, a 10, 9, 9, 3, and 7. So 10 counts as 2 hits, 2 successes rather. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 hits. So
Okay.
we subtract that from the amount of successes they each need. So he's down to 2.
That
So-
means he has 10 health in total, right?
Yeah, but that's not going to be relevant here.
Okay.
So, let's see. Psychic has the Space Wrinkle powers. He's going to use that. We'll count up the attacks on these. Let's see. He's also hitting evasion, so he needs to hit a 5. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hits. So that brings his down to 3. Medwin. Let's blast him with his staff. And he hits 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 hits. That one's down to 1. Psychic. Medwin's Psychic specifically. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 hits on that guy. So we just go down the row and do this on each one. 1, 2, 3. Well, this guy is actually targeting a different defense. He's targeting deflection. So he only needs a 4 to hit. So he hits 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And last one. And of course that Psychic doesn't have all the macros in place, so I'm gonna have to click another one. Alright, and then he hits 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. Alright. Now you may notice none of them are at 0.
It's true. I have noticed none of them are at 0.
That's not
I've learned.
relevant to the ultimate outcome. It's assumed that you're going to win because these are meant to be used against easy battles. But it does determine how much they get to hit you before they die. So we're gonna go down here and let's see. Gum pillars. They each deal. Let me pull up their thing. So they roll 5 dice. So they are going to deal 5 damage for each leftover hit they have. So Rhiannon here is going to take 10 damage.
Gosh.
And Psyche is going to take 15. Medwin takes 5. And then Psyche number 2 takes 10. Aiden takes 15. And then last Psyche doesn't have any stats written up, so who cares? He only takes 5. So this was a super easy fight for them. They didn't take much damage at all. But they are going to have to spend their stamina to top their health off, probably. So
where the game tweaking is right now, that's not a super... That's like a good fight end result. It's just taking that damage.
What do you mean?
Like, that wasn't a lot of damage to take. It's just like, yeah, that's acceptable.
Yeah, they also rolled pretty high, so they got that advantage. And they're up against easy guys, so literally every guy on their team is stronger than the Gum Pillars, pretty much. So it's expected that they're not going to be taking much damage in general. But yeah. Let's see, now if you say have... I should have actually put arbos and stuff out here, because that would have let me show the weakness and resistance. So if you have like an arbo out here, let's say, then all you simply do is add 2 to the amount of damage that's dealt per hit. So he would be dealt 7 damage per hit, so 21 damage altogether if he was in this place. And then, of course, on the attacking side, if you have an advantage, you get the normal +2 bonus to your rolls. And then, if you're in a tougher fight, or you would want to make sure you don't use up too many, or you don't lose anybody in the fight, you can spend stamina or mana. So each point you spend gets you a +3 bonus to your roll. A die bonus, actually. So you'll roll that many more dice. And let's see, what else is there? Oh yeah, you can also just spend mana to summon more creatures if you need more bodies on the battlefield. So...
I find this very interesting, because I feel like if you pared it down, it could just be its own standalone like probability management game.
It kind of is, yeah. There's supposed to be like a little bit of a game to it. It's not just, you know, straight up roll dice thing happen. You have choices to make.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's how I intend to resolve like easy encounters. And of course, when you're actually doing it with people, you can kind of describe the battle as it's taken place as a montage, you might say. You know, that's why it's called a battle montage. It's just not in the gritty turn-by-turn taking actions. This is like when the heroes are dispatching weak little enemies, cutting them through them like butter.
Is Dynasty Wars before Lu Bu shows up.
Oh, also, at the end of the battle, I consider anything that's below the half point of their successes to be killed. Anything above the half point escapes. And if you get them down to 0, then you can you have the opportunity to for a binding crystal to use them. Well, actually, you'd use the binding crystal as part of your attack part. And then if you get it down to 0, the binding is successful. If you want to capture something in here.
If you do this battle montage for a creature you are not like guaranteed to win against, how screwed are you? Like, how miserable of a time are you gonna have?
It can get pretty rough. Actually, I'm surprised that it was actually, if you make bad choices in your lineups and stuff, you can get pretty screwed.
Yeah, I could kind of imagine that with just the damage in this if it were ramped up.
Like, let's see. Let me pull up Gunpillar here. What is his... Let's see. He's resistant to martial. So let's play out Arbo's turn as if he were doing it. So he's got, say, what's his abilities? Pummel, probably? I think Pummel is his normal attack. So that's his martial attack. And of course, Gunpillar is resistant to martial. So he gets a penalty to his roll, which means he has to hit 6 or higher in order to land a hit. So he rolls 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hits. All right. So
that was a pretty lucky series of rolls, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the crit really helped him. So yeah, he would get him down to 3, it looks like. But then on the backswing, he's taken like 7 damage per hit, so he would be down below half, down to 19. And that's just for him.
Right.
And of course, Arbo is a stronger creature than that, even with the resistance and stuff.
In a situation where you had multiple Gunpillars and just like Arbo and their trainer, well then he's done.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, if Arbo has to take on like 2 of them at once, he's pretty screwed, because he can only hit one of them, right? That means the other one doesn't have anything. It deals the full 8. 8 times 7. What's that?
Oh my gosh.
56?
I didn't come here for math, just English.
56, right? Something like that. That's enough to take him down. So being ganged up on is really bad, even in the battle montage.
I always fear mobs in any RPG, like RP session. So this lines up.
Yeah, I think it represents the actual outcome of a battle pretty well. Personally. It's worked pretty well for me so far. Anyways, that's how I've been resolving combat in most of my little solo play sessions.
Have you run into any situations where you've been like, I could do the battle montage, but because there's a chance that I just explode, I won't?
Not really. But I have been in a situation where I'm testing it out and like I didn't realize what I was doing exactly and suffered a huge consequence of it. Like
it's extremely fascinating that you would create a system and be surprised by it. That's a little scary.
Oh, dude, that's every system like this. That's why you play test.
Like he experienced the pains of limit testing. It sounds very normal.
Yeah, like when I said like, since Arbo only gets to hit one of the gum pillars, that means the other one deals the maximum amount of damage possible. That's like huge. That's something I didn't think about much when I was doing it, when I was originally setting it up. But yeah, it's good that it does that. I like that.
It's good to be surprised when you're in the testing phase.
Anyways, what's this guy's helmet look like exactly? I gotta check this out. Oh yeah, he's got the fur on it. I forgot about that.
He has fur on the helmet.
Yeah, you see this?
No, the stream is paused.
Pause it, you strange individual.
Oh, he means in the server. He's watching the...
Never mind. It is playing on the regular stream. I mean, like this.
There you go. You happy now?
Yeah, I was having it rough a second ago, but this just makes everything better. Thank you, Dice.
Mutton chops
also, they're
helmet.
not mutton chops, so it's more like a mullet, if anything.
Mullet chops.
Yeah, Dale.
Get your 70s hairstyles right.
Also, it's got more of a... less of a dome and more of a point.
We're listening, Dale.
Can't believe Dale would say listen and then not explain himself. Unbelievable.
If I listen now.
The best part is because it's in the stream chat, we can just pretend like he's never going to explain himself either.
I'm not reading any response that says it may not be mutton chops, but it's definitely not mullet. The mullet is my country's national hairstyle by Dale. Nope, that's not happening at all.
What do you mean your country has a national haircut?
Sorry,
I mean,
sorry guys, the mullet's Australia's property. Everyone with one now has to wear it upside down to represent it properly.
what does it mean?
I think you're gonna have to fight Florida over that one.
To be fair, Florida is the only state with wildlife that could maybe compete with Australia as well.
Exactly.
Checks out.
Florida man is one of the few people that would thrive in Australia wildlife.
It's a little weird though, because Florida man has to be on his bath salts. He has like a critical, weakness.
It's like a stamina bar. It's how he refuels.
It's his Estus flask. Mullet is a stereotypical Appalachian haircut, and yet I
That-
don't see it very often.
That is news to me.
No. He's right. He's right.
It's a very redneck thing, isn't it?
Yeah. If I see broken down cars in a front yard, I expect the person coming out of the house to have a mullet.
That is like my freaking ex-neighbor.
Did he have a mullet?
I don't think he had a mullet. I don't think he had enough hair for a mullet.
Balding also counts as a mullet, yeah. It's a function of proportion, not of length.
But broken down cars, that dude's yard was a mess. Like, they finally got evicted from that place, and there was like rats and stuff in that house.
They didn't even own it. It was just like
I
rental?
honestly have no idea what was going on with that property. Actually, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a rental.
Oh,
because
that's messed
other
up.
people have been talking about like the owner of it since then. And yeah, I've just got like an abandoned house next to me now.
Nice. You
Good
should do
guy.
some urban exploration.
I don't know if I want to explore that one.
Baby's first.
Who knows? Maybe you'll
Baby's
find
first
like
time. Baby's first time squatting.
when the tornado rolls through and destroys your house, you can move over there and live with the rats. They might have a more stable internet connection.
I don't know. I don't know if I'd want to. Actually, their place would probably go down before mine. I have a
Oh, you think
basement.
so? Oh, that's right.
I don't know about them.
I forget because everywhere I've lived recently has not had a basement. Like
Hmm.
we just don't have like basement places. So I forget that there are like Midwest, Central American homes that have basements.
Is it just a
Bunch of
Midwest thing?
undergrounders. It really is because like none of the coasts have basements.
This is weird. It's like a whole extra floor to your house, but it's underground.
Wild.
You guys see those videos of just like the social media lady who's building a series of tunnels underneath her home? Like a member of like Hamas.
Is she Jewish?
She is not Jewish, I don't think. No relation whatsoever.
Okay. I have not heard of this, no.
I haven't heard of that either.
It's kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of for it, even if it's an incredible safety hazard. I want more secret clandestine tunnels, just in general.
Make the clandestine tunnels you want to see.
You know what? You're right. When they take me into court to explain my tunnels, don't direct them to the stream.
Don't direct them to the whoever influenced that crazy idea. Whoever that was.
You know what? I'm drawing this helmet, but like I don't have a story for any kind of like special properties or materials that they're made out of or anything like that.
I mean, it's okay. It can just be a helmet.
Yeah. What about the fur on the helmet? Is there a creature with fur like it?
You don't generally make equipment out of creatures because they dissolve into essence.
That does make it difficult.
You don't say.
So
Like you can make
What's-
something in their likeness.
You
but
could.
what's the fur made from then?
like a normal bear.
Have I told you about the meat plants?
I was gonna ask, is this made out of one of the meat slug furs?
That is generally where you're gonna find furs from, is like stuff like that.
I thought so.
I didn't realize the meat plants also had meat fur.
They don't have meat fur, they just have fur.
They're just
I
they're just meat
enjoy
lumps that
saying
grow
meat
fur. Meat lumps with their meat fur.
Yeah, meat fur.
What is Dale posting in the stream chat?
I'm in the Discord.
no
what is he,
idea.
What is he getting up to? Meat slug mustache. I was going to say mustaches. Mustaches, as Dale's put it.
Meat slug. Oh, are you talking about the sub creatures? As they are collectively known.
I hate the rat tail as a haircut. That is
It's
miserable.
This, you know
You know what the rat
You know
tail
what?
is?
what?
It's people looking at like Chinese kung fu movies, seeing the like kung fu master with the long braid and being like, that looks sick. I want to do that. Except they don't have enough hair, so they're like, whatever. And they just look ridiculous.
What do you mean they don't have enough? They shave the hair off around it. That's why it looks bad.
You know, I like the second one, which is just like a square from which the rat tail grows.
Very
Really
organically.
That is pretty gross, yeah.
It doesn't look good. I'm sorry, Dale, you're not doing Australia any favors right now.
I'm a big fan of the helmet, and I think it would be real cool if it was just a cool helmet, personally.
Look, I mean, I think it's already a pretty cool helmet.
You know, we don't even have to worry about it now. My best ideas come to me way after the fact. I will come up with some kind of crazy metal that these guys are able to create at some point.
A little bit of unobtainium.
I was gonna say, look, see if unobtainium is copyrighted.
But we probably need to like design the mythic creature that they're based around first. That's something I really should think about doing.
What is the
mythic creature?
A mythic? Do you have a mythic creature like that for this region?
Not yet, that's why I need to design it.
Is this is gonna sound like a stupid question? Is it gonna be icy? Question mark.
Yes.
All right, let's go.
How could you tell?
I'm something of a savant myself, you know. Oh my gosh.
I guess I should
What
like
mythic creatures that are done? You have Verdant King.
there are 5 that
There
have
are
been
5 that are
complete.
done?
Well, they've been designed. Let's put them up on screen here. We have the Verdant King. We're gonna need a bigger canvas.
It's too powerful for your puny canvas.
For some reason, I thought that was a evolution. I didn't realize that he was a.
He has servant creatures that look kind of similar to him.
Well, the Star Watcher, this guy with the big mouth, did begin in his original design as like a 3rd stage evolution for one of the creatures.
Okay.
But I changed that quite a while ago.
Gotcha.
So we've got the Verdant King, the Star Watcher. We also have the Smith of Madness, who is fire and psionic. And there's the Alpha Amalgam.
I remember Alpha Amalgam.
I don't remember him. He's new to me.
This redesign is so much better than it was originally, by the way.
That's why I did it.
I know. I remember you talking about redesigning him, and honestly, extremely good decision.
Also, hello Pooplicker 9000 in the Rumble chat.
Quite a name. Now that's a man I trust.
Here you go. I just made emotes for Rumble, so I'm gonna use them and show them off. There you go. But yeah, the Alpha Amalgam is the Barbarian Clan's mythic creature. That's what their leader has. And the last one is here, the Midnight Matron. which is one of the... It's the mythic creature for one of the regions that's adjacent to the Vivid Vale that the Verdant King rules.
Yeah, I have not seen Midnight Matron at all.
I remember her. I didn't know she was mythic.
Yeah.
Because I think I was thinking of the smaller servant creatures. I thought she was an evolution.
Oh yeah, if we want
What's
to...
its servant creatures?
Agent creatures.
Agent creatures,
Let's see.
pardon me.
Let me see. Let me try and find those. I have so many things to dig through.
We're actually exclusively being massive distractions. I
Alright,
love
so... The Midnight Matron has this little guy. Howl-a-Wisp. And it has an evolution. A metamorphosis, rather. Whoops.
That's not
That-
the evolution.
This is Willow Wolf. So those are her servants that do things on her behalf.
The way that those guys are colored is very cool. But
Yeah, I do like their stars. But yeah, I think the only guy who doesn't have agents yet is this Smith of Madness.
you're not just gonna make them constructs.
No?
Is he?
Wow.
Wait, is he a construct?
No. He's just normally
Okay.
like that.
I wasn't sure because
Can't
Koeth brought it
believe
up,
you're
and I
making
thought
fun of his birth defects.
they're features, not bugs.
You're right. Apologies.
So yeah, there's our current slew of mythic creatures. As for things that I'm like got planned, we're gonna need the White Wraith, which is the one for these guys. And I'm not entirely sure what it's gonna look like yet. Then there's also the one that the artisans are working on, which is an actual construct mythic creature that they're trying to create, and that's going to be called the Work of Man.
It's so goated. I
That's
love
nice.
creating horrors beyond my comprehension.
Is it really your? How do you make something yourself and it's beyond your comprehension?
I mean, didn't DICE just do that with the battle montage system?
You're right. He did that one psychic was truly a creation beyond his comprehension.
What do you
It
want to
didn't have
know,
stat.
Poop Licker 9000? You don't have to ask
Could
a
be
question. You can
anything.
just ask the question. If I don't want to answer
Oh
it,
my
I'll ignore
gosh.
it.
And this is a man who's willing to say your name out loud in a public place. He's
The
open
internet.
to just about anything. It's the most open place.
I mean, what do you expect? I named an emote diapers with a Y.
There's
You have
reason for
plausible
that.
deniability.
Dice and hypers.
Yeah.
And who
not
doesn't
the
like
same.
diapers, right, guys?
I'm not a fan.
Why do you hate the diapers emote, Koeth?
The emote?
Yes. What else
Mostly
would I be
because of its
talking about?
title. That's the big one.
It's okay.
It's-
We're all entitled to our opinions, even if they're wrong.
You know, I appreciate that. A civil discussion in 2024. It's been a while.
You had to think
I-
about which year it was there for a second.
I'm
Yeah.
old. I'm old.
It's okay. I'm wrong all the time. You get used to it.
I'm pretty sure I put 2023 on paperwork at work this week.
Yeah. It happened. It happened to me a while ago, but I think I'm kind of remembering it.
It always hits you like much later in the year than it should too. It's never like January that you're mislabeling stuff. It's always like February, April, March.
Hmm.
Poop Licker says, okay, so I kissed a guy at a party. I didn't really like him, but now I kind of do. What do I do? Don't know if I can dump him because are we going out or what? Go ahead, this is your
Well,
expertise.
I leave
Well,
it
you
to
gotta
you.
kiss
Go
his
ahead. This
poop.
is,
All right, wait, what's your name? You gotta lick his poop naturally.
you got to do it 9,000 times,
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
and everything will be sorted out.
Wait, what was the sentence again? So I can give an honest answer. I'm so focused on the comedy.
I don't know, I think he's joking, but if you want to give an honest answer. It says, I kissed a guy at a party. I didn't really like him, but now I kind of do. What do? I don't know if I can dump him, because are we going out or what? No punctuation.
Yeah, you're in there for life now. Congratulations on your new partner. I wish that you two have a very nice and fulfilling life. That's my honest answer. You gotta be frugal with your kisses, naturally. What does patron have?
Patron's making funny faces.
It's pretty good. Yeah. This I don't know what that face is. However,
It looks like
it's very nice.
what's the name of the
Sorry, what are we talking about?
I'm trying to think of the name of an anime.
Which Chinese cartoon are you trying to think of?
Yeah, this could be anything, actually.
It could be anything because every time I think I'm trying to describe it, it's like it's the one with the girl and the guy, and like it's a romantic comedy. I can't remember the
This
name.
also could still be anything.
You're really narrowing things down, Dice. I can only think of every anime ever from that.
This is why I'm like flabbergasted in my attempt to describe it. Because I can only describe it if I know the name in order to set it apart, and I can't remember the name.
That's the only way you can set it apart.
All I can think of is Uzaki-chan, and it's not that one. It's the other one.
The other one.
Don't bully me, Miss Nagatoro.
Nagatoro, yeah. It looks
That
like a
one's-
face she'd make.
Oh my gosh.
It does, doesn't it?
I gotta get out of here. I'm trying to get over my anime addictions.
It's like it's like a drug addiction. You push it off, but it keeps coming back to you.
Honestly, it's worse than a drug addiction because it actively like makes you less fun. You know?
True.
I keep hearing people talking about anime and wishing I could like actually engage in the conversation recently. Actually.
I know how I feel. I don't watch too much anime. I read manga, but even that, it's not a lot.
I haven't been able to watch anime because I don't want to watch dubs, and I'm always working on something with my hands or my eyes.
Have you considered learning Japanese? You know,
Have
make
you-
it a little easier.
Bro,
Have you?
I have. Not my cup of tea.
I'm too busy working on creatures to do that. If I had time to learn Japanese, I'd have time to watch the anime with subtitles.
They need Dora the Explorer, but for Japanese.
There's no way they don't have it.
That would be more useful.
Do you think anime is the sole reason why people like Japan? Like, do you think if it wasn't for anime, anybody would be learning Japanese?
I mean, it's probably a huge factor.
It is.
The only other reasons I could think of would be like maybe like the samurai warrior culture.
Yeah, but that's like 3 people who are that into samurai warriors to like even want to attempt to learn a language.
Yeah, I'm not saying it'd be a lot, but it's the only other reason I could think of, really.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
But at that point, you might as well just like learn Arabic or something with cooler sword fights, you know? Learn like German.
Well, like Europe has sword fighting traditions.
Yeah.
We call
And they're,
it
like,
Kima these
cooler
days.
Swords too.
Kima?
Kima. Historical European martial arts.
And those guys,
all
they
sword
tear each
fighting
other
a
up,
martial art.
Well, I mean, it is martial. That's
don't
for
thi-
sure.
I know. I don't think of weapons when I think of martial arts. That's probably. I just think of hand-to-hand combat.
I mean, I think of nunchucks when I think of martial art. That might just be like a me issue, though.
Now,
That's a good
ultimately,
point.
martial arts is anything that's used to fight.
Okay.
What's your favorite martial art?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess Taekwondo is the only one I'm trained in, so I guess I'll pick that.
It's a pretty strong one.
Is it?
I think so. I mean, it's not like what do the Japanese have? They have karate.
Yeah. It's
I guess,
basically like
looking at
Korean
it-
karate, but with 80% more kicking.
I think a lot of martial arts criminally underrate kicking. Because like kicking is pretty good.
Kicking is pretty good, but it's also kind of risky because you run the risk of throwing yourself off balance.
I've never.
Well, so long as you don't like fight a normal high school wrestler that's going to go for the double leg, you're good.
I've never had any thought that kicking is underrated. I do concede that if you do it, it can leave you open and, at the very least, more vulnerable to getting knocked down.
Yeah,
I feel
Taekwondo is like crazy about the kicks, especially jump kicks. I was like,
I mean, that's what makes it cool, right?
that is what makes it cool, but you have to be real careful about them when you use them.
Jump
Even
kicks
when you're
sound-
doing Taekwondo against like other Taekwondo people, you have to like be really conscious of your kicks. Is that right?
Well, kind of depends on what you're doing, because when I was doing it, what the hell?
What? I heard something close. Go with what did you do?
Uh-oh. CSP just exploded, huh?
SP killed Discord.
Is my normal streams going?
Your normal stream is going.
Okay, well, I guess that
Yeah.
was just CSP then. Yeah, I don't know
That's
what
weird.
caused that to happen.
Oh wait, CSP just closed completely?
Yeah,
Did you like
thought-
try to do a weird render or effect thing?
I don't think so.
Were you working too hard?
I don't know, maybe it's probably the Mythic Creatures page that was screwing.
Oh, it was too powerful.
It's probably
for
way too
CSP.
big, so let's close that one. We got the everything else as a backup though. That's good.
Can't believe you ran out of RAM in your art program.
Just download more RAM, 5-head.
Well, that's probably what I guess that's what happens when I have like a 10,000 by 10,000 canvas open.
Are you telling me your canvases aren't normally 12,142 by 17,197?
No, Kohet, I don't have digital sketchbooks that I put big ass drawings in for months at a time.
Hey, they're small ass drawings. Thank you very much. There's just a lot of them.
Okay,
Did
time
you
lapse is
lose
still
anything?
recording. I did. I lost my highlights.
Oh.
I'll have to.
At least it saved the bulk of it.
Yeah. What were we talking about before martial arts?
My memory doesn't go that far back. I'm like a goldfish. I'm sorry. Do you remember Evergrade?
But remember what?
Oh no, we're the same.
Who are you? Where am I
Patron
again?
says, doing your best. Never mind. Patron says anime.
I think anime was before martial arts.
That's what you asked, right?
Huh?
What were we talking about before martial arts? Anime.
No, I said, what were we talking about before? Martial arts?
Oh, I see.
Martial arts. We moved into kicking, and I kind of zoned out. I was looking at something, so I was zoned out a little.
I like most martial arts, like the good ones that people like use in UFC, are just like grappling, and then you like get a man on the ground, and then you just punch him really hard,
Yeah.
which makes me feel like every other martial art has just overcomplicated it for the sake of being cool, which is fine. Cool is good. But it's nice to know that just like grabbing a man and punching really hard is like optimal.
There's also, you have to consider weight classes.
Mm.
Because it's kind of difficult to get a guy on the ground when he's significantly or even noticeably bigger than you. Weight is a huge thing in martial arts.
True. For this, I would say my favorite martial art is gun. Is that acceptable?
I think you need to
fighting
know the
style.
actual name of that.
Gun Kwon-do.
Yeah,
Gun-
gunjitsu. It's like Ten from Naruto, except instead of kunai, it's just a bunch of Mac 10s. Because she's 10. Oh my god, it's 10 Mac 10s. I've had the most amazing idea for a parody.
Alright, let's save this now that I've redrawn pretty much everything that I lost. Ew, what is this gun wizard in my Discord?
Oh wait, is this Wizard with a Gun? Hit video game from the 2023 Steam Next Fest?
Forgive me, Father, for I have wizard posted.
Oh. Might be out of spells, but I'm not out of shells is really good.
That's my favorite version of this.
I really like the... It doesn't rhyme, but like, I may be out of mana, but I ain't out of options.
That's
I like the flow of
the-
that one a lot more.
the word, like, it rolls off really well. I'm out of mana, but I'm not out of options.
Alternatively, because it's like an old wizard guy, you can hit him with the call an ambulance, but not for me, which is also extremely strong.
That works well too.
You know what? I think I need to draw just a good old sword for these guys.
What if you gave him like a flamberge, but it was icy instead of fiery?
So instead of like a wavy thing, it's jagged.
Yeah.
That'll work pretty well. Jagged ice.
That sounds like a rapper.
You're actually just thinking of Ice Cube.
Excuse me for a minute. I just need to color my line art here.
Haram.
All right. Let's look up a flamberge. See if there's any particular features I'd like to include. That is the chicken I was looking at earlier. That is another chicken.
You know, Flamberg, remarkably easy to spell, actually. I thought it was gonna be like this name is impossible to spell, like some weird French thing, but because it's German, it just makes sense. Amazing.
Did I? Oh, I did spell it
Are
wrong.
you spelling it with an E at the end?
Of course.
I was spelling it like bourgeoisie.
Oh my gosh. No, that's the Russian spelling. You gotta get that out of here.
I'm not rich enough to use that spelling. It's Burge for me, boys.
I probably should do like a rod too.
That's easy.
I mean, yeah.
I was about to
wait.
say giant icicle.
I've drawn one already.
Wait, are you actually going to do an ice sickle?
Oh my god. It doesn't match the aesthetic, but it would be great.
It wouldn't make sense, but funny.
Like Carol here has just a generic ice rod.
what was that mark?
What?
Just the giant purple mark across her face.
Yeah, that was my brush. You see?
I do. It was just like very weird after the small period of silence.
I was trying to drag, but I didn't have the thing pressed down. Not mean?
I do.
Now what you mean? Nah.
Nah. Nah mean?
Nah.
How'd you get such a clean taper on that line? What the heck?
What?
Like whenever I do a line with my G pen with just like my normal round brush, when I lift up, I get the grossest looking taper at the edge of my line. But yours is like so clean.
That
How you doing that?
you think that's clean?
It's way cleaner than mine end up being.
Okay, it's kind of annoying to me because it has like this section where
It looks a little lumpy.
it doesn't do it right. It's like, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can never get the end right. I always have to adjust it.
You're using like pin pressure on your brush size, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know, the rest of
So
it,
like
it's probably some kind of nitty-gritty setting. Like my pin pressure setting is literally just like a straight diagonal line on the little grid thing.
uh-huh.
Is that what yours is like?
No, mine looks like a fun house.
Oh, okay.
Because I like I don't know. I like having my lines small unless I really want them to be big. So it's like a parabolic curve.
Okay. That might be something to do with it.
I'm thinking so. I wonder if there's a way to adjust by speed. Like the degree to which that curve affects the rest of the stuff.
Probably. Although, I don't know, are CSP's brush settings that advanced? I think Photoshop is, but...
I wouldn't know, but pretty sure I have a basic version of CSP that you don't have to pay or subscribe. I paid for
What
it
do
for a
you
while.
mean?
No, I didn't have to repay for.
Oh, okay.
That's what I have.
Can you still buy CSP, or is it only a subscription?
You can still buy it. I was just laughing because it sounded like you were just like, yeah, I just pirated CSP.
Yeah, I realized that. That was a mistake.
They're gonna send the bobbies to come and get you.
The Bobbies. Is
You
that
know,
Canadian?
You know, one thing I need to do more is leaf-bladed swords. They're kind of cool.
When is a leaf-bladed sword?
A leaf-bladed sword is when it's like this.
Oh.
So it's got the wider part here, and then it tapers down.
Oh.
Where are those from in like IRL? Is that like Rome? Is that like the Gladius?
I think they did use it, but I mean, it crops up in European stuff here and there, all over, I think.
Dice, I have something you're gonna love.
Oh yeah?
Instead of when you're working on a symmetry, oh no, you already got it. Never mind.
Oh,
I was gonna say
the
you
symmetrical
can switch
roller.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you can just switch your pen to transparency, so that you can erase both sides at once. But you're there. You got it.
Oh well, there's a setting for that on the eraser too.
Oh, is there?
Enable snapping. That's what does that.
Oh, I didn't realize. I thought snapping was just for the grid and the perspective grid.
Now it works for this too. That's how you turn the symmetry on and off.
Oh, I had no idea. I came out here to teach you something, but instead I am the one who has been schooled.
You thought you were the student, but he thought Dice was the student, but he was the master the whole time.
The old switcheroo.
Finally, something about CSP that I knew and Cohead didn't.
I'll need to ratchet up my studies. I've been getting too lazy. Not
I'm
actual
proud,
like
Coet.
art studies.
You are strong.
But like technical studies.
Yeah, but anyways,
why
the cool
learn?
thing about leaf-bladed swords
Yeah.
Yes.
is like normally you have the option of having like the curved blade, which
Okay.
is good for cutting because it can slice along the edge and it doesn't get stopped. Or you have like the straight blades, which are for more chopping or stabbing because they've got, you know, the point, and that's their forte. But the leaf blade sword has a point that you can stab with, and it's also got a curved edge that you can use for slicing and chopping. So it does a little bit of both.
Have you perchance seen those soldiers from Hammerfall? They have curved swords.
Curved swords.
They just bend the sword like a boomerang. Ask Dale, he's from Australia. They have those. I'm sure they have something like that.
You threw me off for a second there because you said hammer fall.
Oh wait, what is it?
Hammer fell.
Hammerfell. I'm sorry. Thank
Ham-
you for getting it anyways, though.
Hammerfall is actually a power metal band that I used to listen to. So for a second there, I was like, wait, did they have a specific sword? I don't remember that.
Is Koeth a Hammerfall head?
No, I just played too much Skyrim. A common ailment.
All right, so how would we do this?
I
Just
kind
kind
of
of like so.
the point as well, instead of it just being a straight curve. I think that looks real nice.
That's the thing about points. You want to have a nice. You want it to slide in really easily.
All right, fair enough. Yeah. You can use this sword for stabbing or cutting down trees. Slicing your baguette. It's multifaceted in its use cases.
Indeed.
Did they ever make hammers that also had a bladed side?
I haven't.
Hammers.
No,
And not like
I've
a hammer where it's just a heavy ball with a blade at the tip, but like the rod that leads up to the hammer is a blade.
That doesn't sound very useful.
I'm thinking of the dual-sided blades. That's the closest we've got.
Maybe it wouldn't be useful, but it would be kind of cool.
So what you're telling me is that you basically have a sword here. Am I getting this right? You have a sword.
You got a sword.
And then there's a hammer on top of it.
Correct.
And then
Wait.
you got like a hilt here.
Wait, you mean the hammer's at the top of the sword, or you mean the other
the
end?
hammer's at the top of the sword.
See, this is why we need to do visuals. Now Evergrade understands how stupid this idea is.
No, hear me out. This idea is great, right?
This is an awful idea, go ahead.
No, all right. So you got a guy in armor, right? And you're beating him up with the hammer. And then some peasant comes up to you, and then you use the added weight of the hammer at the end of the sword to just cut him in half. It's like a katana, but better.
But then your sword gets stuck because it's got a freaking hammerhead on the end of it.
You know, you just gotta be like cognizant of like the distance between the two of you.
My thought is that that sword is gonna break a lot more easily with all that extra weight on top.
That too.
Well, you make it out of unobtainium.
Of course.
How? I can't. Koeth, I can't obtain any.
It's not literal. It's just a name. You just gotta get some.
Oh yeah, how do I pay for it? With Koeth coin? Are you making your own crypto so I can afford this unobtainium?
Let me tell you about my new cryptocurrency, Koet Coin. You can buy it on, well, you can't buy it. You have to put it through a Monero mixer.
You can buy it with PayPal. Just send money to me.
Right? I'll give you 10 billion Koet Coin.
Okay, is that 2
What?
cents or 3 cents?
What is Pattern talking about? The hammer has no leverage.
The hammer has no
What's the
leverage, and the
leverage?
sword with
You know
no
that does kind
Oh.
of.
Yeah.
There is something else about swords. Is that they're usually kind of like bendable. Because you don't want too rigid of a sword, otherwise it breaks really easily.
Oh,
Thing is,
I
I don't
see.
want my sword to bend. I want my opponents to bend around my sword.
I think you'd want the hammer for that, because the swords usually slice, not bend.
You're right. I need a sharper sword if they're bending, yeah.
No, you
you're
need
right.
it. Well, maybe you're onto something, but you need a sharper hammer
You know what? Go ahead. May I interest you in just an axe?
That's
See,
it. Oh wait,
it's heavy on the top. It's got a blade. It can do both of those things, basically.
it's
Axe
like
is kind of like 1357, you know? I'm living in the modern era.
the modern era with swordplay. We have guns.
Modern era of the sword hammer.
When's the last time you guys bought an axe?
I don't think I've ever bought an axe.
You just came into possession of them? Just surreptitiously?
I don't know if I have an axe, actually.
You don't have an. I've had an axe to grind some things. Does that
I
count?
can't believe you guys don't have axes. What kind of
Let's
a world are
see.
we living in?
I haven't had to chop down any trees by hand. We have chainsaws around here.
Okay, let's see.
You ever wanted to just do it for fun?
Going by the definition of an axis, a straight line about which a body or geometric object rotates or may be conceived to rotate.
No, that's
I currently
an
don't have an
axis.
axis.
We're talking about axes.
Yeah, I don't have an axis.
No. You see, you have to. It's third tone on the E. It's an axis.
Third tone? What about the first and second tone?
You skip them because this is English.
Okay.
But no, having an axe is great. I highly recommend it.
What do you
never know
use
when
an
you
axe?
need to axe something.
What do you need to ask someone a question?
Then yeah, I didn't want to say it because I thought it would make me feel silly. But like, yeah, I frequently have questions.
As the first person who said it, I do indeed feel very silly. Glad I could take the bullet for you. Or the axe.
Real talk, right? Like, I am very paranoid. I'm very concerned about most things, even when I should not be. And so I purchased an axe because I was like, well, what am I gonna do if I'm like driving and there's like a tree on the road? Am I just gonna be like, all right, I guess I'll just like not drive? And I was like, if I had an axe in my car, this would just like solve the problem. I would just chop up the tree and continue on my way. So I got an axe and I put it in my car. And since owning the axe, every couple of months, I'm like, I found something new to axe. This is amazing. Best purchase I've ever made.
How many times have you needed to chop down trees in your way?
I have never had to use the axe for its intended purpose. However, I probably use the axe 3 or 4 times annually.
What do you use it for?
You know, axe and stuff. Mostly.
So wait, so you do axe questions?
Not with the axe, but yes. Also, the opposite side of the axe, to bring it back to our earlier conversation, works really good as a hammer.
What did I tell you?
So it's a hammer axe and not a sword axe now. Is that what you're trying to push?
This is like a woodsman's axe, you know? It's the martial arts equivalent of axes. It's the one everyone has and everyone needs to know how to use.
What specific martial art does everyone need to have and need to use?
Axing, mostly. Like, I don't know how else to say it.
Okay, I know now. Thank you.
Welcome. If you want any axe recommendations, I got you. I bought at least 7 different axes, and I have my own axe tier list. Any axe with 2 axes on it is a bad axe. You don't want that axe.
No bad axters here.
Yeah.
So you're talking like a double-bladed axe
Yeah.
with
like
2 sides?
battle axe is suspiciously close to bad ol' axe, and it's for a reason.
Wait,
This is a
wait,
bad
hear me
axe.
out. Hear me out. It does say bad axe, but it also kind of close to bad L axe, and the L would be what you give to your enemies as they feel the impact of the axe.
But if you give your enemy an L, you want to give them a good L, not a bad L.
Why would you? No, it's bad for them, so it's a good L for you that you're giving to them.
I guess.
Like, if you have an enemy and something bad happens to them, it's good for you, right?
Yeah, but I don't think like we're already in an absurdist place. So to criticize the way like English pointers work is a little ridiculous. So I'm gonna agree with you.
Thank you.
It is the good L axe.
Good for you, bad for them.
Kirkland brand axe. You buy 12 at Costco. Have you guys ever gone axe throwing? Like to one of those rooms?
No, I haven't. What do you mean room? Is there a room you rent out, like a firing range?
Yeah, this might be a little bit too metropolitan. But like
Go on.
there are like axe throwing rooms that you can go to in certain cities, and basically you give them like $20, they'll bring you like a bunch of targets, and they'll bring you like a plate of axes, like a charcuterie board of axes, and they're just like, here, have fun, throw these axes at the targets.
Is this what city slickers do instead of going to the shooting range?
Yes and no. Sometimes they do both. You know, but like the axe throwing is a lot of fun if you have the opportunity to go. They don't give you two-handed axes though, in my experience. They only give you small one-handed like hatchets basically.
Well, that would probably be ideal if you're gonna throw them.
Right, you don't want to accidentally throw the axe and axe yourself. Like,
would you really throw
that's a tragedy.
two-hand? Throwing a two-handed axe does sound pretty hard.
Especially the impact.
Well, you're not gonna make sure you're not on the end of that if it's getting thrown.
Yeah, throw it away from you, towards other people preferably.
I think the problem is that because of the way the lever mechanic of it works, it's very easy to accidentally throw it into yourself.
That's probably true.
Yeah, I can kind of see that.
You
But-
swing it back a little too hard. Right up
Simultaneously, though. How? You'd be hammering yourself, presumptively.
Wouldn't you be axing
the butt. Oh,
yourself?
so they're not miniature battle axes?
Yeah, no. These aren't like, it's not amateur hour at these axe throwing ranges.
I'm thinking of like double. I keep having an image of a double-sided axe in my head.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, I don't think
crazy.
I would really like to go to a room where they just hand you a battle axe and say, go nuts. Though. That does sound kind of awesome.
No context. It could be any room. You go into a friend's house, the living room. There's an axe on a plate, freshly cooked, fresh for you. They say, have fun.
They put you in a bus flying over a city, and you have to ask them, where are we dropping, boys? And then you just start axing. Ridiculous.
I've been distracted. Dice, what are you drawing right now?
I'm drawing an iceberg, as previously discussed.
Yeah.
Is it gonna meet up with the Titanic?
No.
We don't have to. We can just like bask in the naming convention for a second. It's really good.
It is.
Wait, so is it gonna meet up with the Titanic?
I don't think there is a Titanic in Creatures.
Are there any boats in this land?
There's
Have you guys
definitely
even
boats.
seen a boat?
Sure. There's been a major expedition to a chain of islands.
Oh,
If you read the lore.
Capturing magical
you
beings
got me there.
keep at your in a pocket dimension is one thing, but boats, I don't know. You're breaking my immersion dice.
Well, maybe they swam. You know, they're just built different.
I guess they could have ridden Creatures over. It'd be possible to do that.
That is also internally consistent.
Yeah, if it's a short trip, that would make sense. Or maybe a long trip, but you're on your own.
Is there? Where is just the world? Okay, history.
What?
You mean in regards to what exactly?
Just in general, you know.
Okay,
No, they said if you read the lore, you would know about the journey to the place. And I'm on the World Anvil Creatures page.
well, the fact that we're asking that shows that we're not caught up on the lore, so that's an us problem.
If you
I'm
look
trying
at
to make it not a me problem.
if you look at the entries for one of the starter guys, like the Torkish, Flowsy, and Global, they mention the expedition briefly.
Oh my god, it's Dark Souls, dude. I have to read the equipment equipment information to get the world lore.
This is a game.
It's probably mentioned in Lucas Lorik's Byro, since he was the one who went on the expedition. But I probably need to update his bio too. I think that was pre-League of Magi.
I'll take your word for it.
Oh, the Burning Isles. Why didn't you just say the Burning Isles?
Would that have meant
It
more
actually
to you?
would. It actually would have meant more to me than just islands to the south.
The Burning Islands to the south. Now it's cool.
Like that scene from Emperor's New Groove where Kronk is reiterating the plan. The Isles. The Burning Isles.
That was the
The
burn.
Isles to the south. The Burning Isles to the south. Those Isles?
I don't think I've ever seen that movie in its entirety.
Dude, you gotta. We watched it recently because it's my favorite animated film of all time.
Still holding
It's-
still holding up.
Oh yeah, big time.
Yeah.
It's substantially better every time I watch it.
Yeah, that's a good one.
They say some stuff in that film that you could not say today as well, which kind of took me by surprise.
We're at the point where an old Disney movie's hitting hard.
Oh yeah, back when Disney was good, am I right, guys?
Yep. More or less bad, depending on
Diz
how you
what?
Disney, more like dismal.
Disney. What knee?
You see, he's a paraplegic.
Somebody's been watching YouTube videos.
What's up?
Said somebody's been watching YouTube videos.
What do you mean?
All
I
the
haven't
Disney
watched-
puns.
Oh,
That one's Disney's like an old one. I didn't see that on YouTube. I saw it on generic Facebook posts.
a while back ago, I have Disney on the brain because a while back ago, we had access to Disney Plus, and I think the missus watched every Disney movie that maybe ever came out.
Uh-huh.
So now they're all very fresh in my mind.
I see.
Gotcha.
Snow White, by the way, very bad movie. Maybe the most boring Disney movie ever created. Or, you know what? Boring movie ever created.
That was. I give them some slack on that one because it's been a while since I saw it, and it was literally their first movie.
It should have been their last, given how entertaining it was.
Maybe.
But bro, you
But-
don't understand the animation, all the technology. It was new at the time.
No, they didn't even use rotoscoping. What? What is that?
I mean, HIV was also new at the time, and you don't see me happy about it.
I think that's a little bit of an unfair comparison.
You think so? I think they're both infectious and largely negative.
I mean, if you're gonna compare them like that, would one be more boring than the other?
Yeah, HIV is substantially more interesting than Snow White.
You said it so I didn't have to.
At least there you can die in agony. And at least agony is, like, by definition, interesting.
Is your wife in the room right now?
No. I've waited until she's departed.
If you need help, blink twice.
Oh my gosh. I'll be right back. I gotta talk to a lady.
Ask her to be nice with the brass knuckles. Jagged Eye Sword, coming on.
Alright, you're in the hot spot now.
Oh no. What do I say now?
So what kind of creature's character would you be playing?
I'll let you know as soon as I find out myself. I do have an excuse. This week was somewhat busy because I was keeping up with some internet drama, but I was actually doing getting some work done for something I finished today. I had to do a qualification test, which I passed, and I can finally say that the stress I was dealing with is mostly gone.
Oh, that's cool. What are you
Yeah,
certified for now?
Keep it vague and just say IT work.
Ah,
Yeah. It was a lot of studying. Like, I thought, looking back on it, my main problem was the way the questions were worded, because I knew a good amount of definitions, but the way they listed a bunch of scenarios where I had to read into it extra deep to figure out exactly what was required. Which wasn't very.
it's like those word problems from math in high school.
Yeah, I studied expecting like straightforward definitions, and I got some not even elaborate like ways of putting things. Just kind of weird to the point that I was wondering if I had missed major section.
Talking about math?
He's sidestepping my question about making creatures characters.
Oh, what's your question about making creatures characters?
What kind of character would you be playing?
Well, I'm
You know,
here, so
I'm right here to answer any questions you might have.
all right. Let me head to the character creation sheet.
I am waiting for the fully fledged out single player module. This is what I need most.
When do we get a PvE mode, Dice?
I just showed you PvE mode.
Oh,
That's true.
we already have it.
But it needs to be more fully fledged out. I need to be able to do the whole thing.
I do have some random tables on the wiki. They're kind of scattered.
Where I'm gonna have to hire a game dev to make a fan game, just so that I can play the property. That
You know, I have been looking into recently how to make like a browser-based pet game, like Neopets or something, so I can make a creatures type of that.
as like promotion or like as an actual like full-fledged thing.
As an actual thing.
Oh wow!
But
What?
I haven't found much about it. There's like not much in the way of tutorials as far as I can tell. Or you just have
It's
to
like one of those.
you have to like learn web coding.
Oh no. It's always miserable when it's just like I'm just gonna have to learn this if I want to do it, huh?
Yeah.
Maybe you can get ChatGPT to write it for you.
Maybe.
Then
I
you
don't
just
know.
Import the assets yourself.
ChatGPT, make me a game.
I've heard
I watched
ChatGPT is pretty good at writing code.
Yeah. I watched a video by a person named Coffeezilla, and he was talking about the new AI text to image, or no, AI text to video thing that the ChatGPT guys released. And he was like, man, I wasn't worried about this until like 2 minutes ago. Yeah, that's... I would hazard to guess ChatGPT is probably better at coding than like 60% of people who code as a profession.
Yeah, but I don't even know what to tell it. That's one of the main
guess
problems.
Yeah, like what do you tell it, and then how do you proofread it?
Yeah.
But sometimes you'll just be like, hey, ChatGPT, were you sure about your result here? And then it'll be like, well, actually, I made a mistake. Let me correct this.
It do be like that sometimes.
Man, future's gonna be scary. Can't wait.
Yep.
What you got going on, Evergrade? How's it going?
Just started making my character. Want to make sure I ever understand everything right. Okay, 20. Okay, first things first. 1 point in each of the 4 talents and 8 additional points to distribute, right?
Right.
Okay. And let's see what I get from each. Fitness would increase my health. Mana
Patron's
goes
already
up
got the line art done.
too fast. Mana is intellect plus sense.
Let's see. Dinocation, welcome to the chat. We just got some birds if you like those. Let's open Los Pollos Diablos back up. Now that we have the line art.
You just called them El Pollos Diablos, huh? That's really good.
It
What's their gang sign?
it's from Monkey Island.
Never played those games.
Specifically Monkey Island 3. There's an ex-pirate who owns like a chicken based restaurant, and he is obsessed with the El Pollo Diablo, the devil chicken.
It's his white whale.
Yeah, I think it like ate his leg or something because he got like a peg leg.
Oh my god, it's actually Moby Dick.
Yes. Like one of the points that you have to do in the game, because it's a point and click adventure, is like you get tarred and feathered. And in order to get something from the guy, you have to go in there with the feathers stuck to you and pose as El Pollo Diablo in order to get access to the thing.
This sounds like a Tony Hawk underground mission.
Monkey
Like
Island
you're-
is a pretty goofy franchise.
When was the last one made?
I think they actually made one fairly recently, but I haven't played like the newer ones. I don't really trust them, you know.
They did make one recently.
Let's see.
My understanding as well, but I've never been into point and clicks.
Okay, I don't
Some
know if the line art is actually uploaded yet.
what does that mean? That sounds so.
He took a screenshot, but not the actual line art.
Yeah, I don't think he's put it in the Google Drive.
Sorry, Patron. Back to the mines with you.
He's already gone, it looks like.
That's
Yeah, I
barely
know.
even a quarry. It's hardly a mine.
Poor Patron doesn't even get to work in a nice mine. It's a quarry.
A nice quarry. There's nothing wrong. You ever hear of hit Disney Channel show Quarry in the House? It's about a humble miner.
Yes, we're the best the origin of the best video game ever.
I don't think that one lands. I don't think we know enough about what you're talking about.
No, he's right. The Quarry in the House video game is the most highly rated game of all time.
The
Specifically
only
the
good,
one for the Game Boy, right?
the only good video game.
It's a dead video game.
Damn, I didn't realize you were
They were
so...
being-
So
we're being
militant
too
about
honest here right now. If you don't believe me, check out the Metacritic score, because that's never wrong.
Well, it's more specifically in this case, it's the only time it's been right.
Yes.
I feel like this stream has been nothing but extremely good ideas that we will never do.
No
Like-
Corey in the house too.
What ideas are we
Quarry-
talking about?
So
Quarry in
one
the
is
house.
Quarry in the House is extremely good, I think. I think that one has a ton of potential.
Storyline where Corey proves that the children do indeed yearn for the mines.
And then apart from that, yeah, there was nothing else. It was just Quarry in the House, actually.
The good idea stream where we have one good idea throughout over 5 hours.
Hey, sometimes one is enough.
Well, it
You know,
better be enough
it's
because
hard
we're not
out
getting
here.
more than that.
You know what? You guys have been covered up by cheapies the whole
That's
time.
okay. I don't
That's a-
mind.
That's a fate I can live with.
It's warm. You ever just want to be an egg?
Not really. I don't think I'd like to be
Oh.
an egg.
No egg for him. Okay.
I can't think of
Yeah,
much
I-
else to do right now.
I have a question.
Shoot.
I mean, you could.
Most of these are self-evident, but what does sense give you for designing a character and creatures?
Sense is for like some ranged weapons. Let's see, it's good for getting a gist of people and your environment and stuff like that.
Okay. Would it be good for casting spells, or is intellect better for that?
It depends on what kind of weapon you're using. If you want to do like let's see, the scribe profession is based on intellect. And I think artifice is as well. There's also what is it, agronomy, which is like growing magic plants, but that is sense based. So if you think about it in like D&D terms, sense would be like kind of like your wisdom stat.
Okay.
Weird question. Do the weird plants count as magic plants?
Not if they're just normal.
I guess my question is the meatloaf a normal plant?
I'm looking for the thing to pull up the image.
Oh no. I've gone too deep.
No coming out of here.
Alright, so the beef mounds and the pork lumps and things like that. So, let's see, is this showing up in
Give it a
my
miss.
Discord?
There we go.
Yeah, these things are not magical. No.
Oh man.
They're just weird.
These things are
See,
just...
that was the question.
There are magical versions of them, though.
What does that look like? Have you illustrated that?
No, I haven't really done much in terms of that yet, no.
How does the
Sounds
magic affect them?
horrifying.
Well, it kind of depends. Like, let me open up some of the documents.
Let
Right.
me uncover the archives.
I mean,
Let me-
dust off the digital tomes.
Let me hack into the secrets.
Right now, I think the only magic one I think that you can grow in terms of this is like for what would you, it's for hides and stuff like that. So if you want to make something out of leather or whatnot, you can get specialized leather from growing these things. Okay, crops. There we go. The hybrid lump. So a hybrid lump is something you can grow, and it gives you hybrid hide, and the hybrid hide is basically just a dual type crafting material. So it can provide you with essences of more than one type when you use it to build something. You use it to like make leather armor or something like that.
I mean, that checks out. You just have a weird, lumpy, leathery mass. It's
And
magical.
You skin it.
As you do.
We've also got hybrid mounds, which do the same thing, but they also produce milk that gives you resistance to types if you drink it.
Drinking the hybrid mound milk. I won't eat the bugs. I won't drink the hybrid mound milk.
Eat the hybrid mound milk, bigot.
Make some hybrid mound cheese.
How about some hybrid mound milk yogurt?
Cade is all about the
That
hybrid
sounds
milk
great.
there.
I bet he would be all about the hybrid milk. Hybrid mound milk.
What? Dice, where in the Creatures Wiki would I find the professions?
They might not be on there, actually. Or at least not
Kate has
public.
an axe. I trust that man.
Yeah, professions they have a lot going on, and I still haven't like fleshed them all out quite yet.
Okay, I'll choose what I want because I don't know if I mentioned this, but when it comes to role playing, making a character is my least favorite part and the part I'm the worst with. Because first time or not, I know there's going to be a lot of details I'm not going to be able to expect.
Yeah. Well,
You
that's
should just like roll a dice and attribute all of your stats based on the dice rolls.
I don't have any. If only there was a dice bag around.
there's so many dice rollers online.
I know.
But I do have a
Just keep
number of dice right on hand with me.
We
within
pull out his
reach.
pulling out his emergency dice. Whoa, dice be upon ye.
That's pretty good, actually. I think you should draw that one.
And you know what? My to-do list isn't looking long enough. Let me just add on to that for no particular reason.
And so anyways, the professions I've got on up right now. We've got agronomist, which is of course growing the magic plants. An artificer. So that's for making like magic weapons and like magic jewelry and stuff like that usually. There's right, which is for basically making stuff out of organic material in general, so woodworking and leatherworking. We've also got scribe, which is like more ritual like spell casting that you'd put on scrolls and then cast later and stuff like that. Basically utility magic.
Yeah.
Then
10-10.
let's see, alchemist, obviously, potions and salves and stuff like that. And blacksmith too. I think that's
10
all
Mac
of them.
10 was the other good idea from the stream.
10 Mac 10.
I feel like all the professions that you have are like super long-term gameplay like bits.
They kind of are. I intend that most people would do that stuff in their downtime between sessions. Or at least plan it out. But some of the stuff you could definitely do out on the field, like Agronomy would be one of the main things. You could grow a plant wherever, pretty much. And also, it's kind of assumed that these are all, like, partially magical, even the mundane-sounding ones, like blacksmithing and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Because, of course...
Because they all use essence, right?
Yeah. They'll use essence, and the flavor behind it is that, like, you have to do a little mysticism to get the things working right.
Alright. I guess I'm leaning towards either scribe or artificer, but I'll worry about tweaking. I'll just put down some info on the page and tweak it later. Just so I have something. Okay. Alright. And adjust this.
You know what?
What?
I should redraw these pork lumps while I'm at it.
Wait, what do you have to redraw about them?
I don't like their udders.
What's wrong with the pork lump? Well, I mean, like, no. Like, no one likes their udders. But
no one likes them. They
I
make
feel like
sense.
they shouldn't be so visible.
Yeah,
I
like,
agree.
I was thinking... I mean, if they were lying sideways, it would make more sense.
You know what they kind of look like? They kind of look like tiny limbs. Like really stubby limbs.
I could probably draw an example of, like, a hybrid version while I'm at it.
What is a hybrid?
A hybrid is... It's just like the, it has multiple
Magical
essences. It's like a dual-type Pokemon.
Okay. And that's different from a creature still, right?
Yeah.
It's like you get a bone tree pork lump.
No, not like that. It's like you get a fire and lightning pork lump.
That's a spicy pork. Right
That would
there.
be spicy pork. It'd probably be pretty good.
Would need any seasoning.
I haven't figured out a way to implement cooking mechanically, though. Unfortunately.
I was thinking like bonuses, but you had that with potions already.
The thing is, like, there's not a whole lot of room for just general bonuses in the math of the game. They
Where you
usually
stop
have to
too
be
fast.
pretty specific.
Okay.
Like, everything's on a scale of 1 to 10.
You mean you're telling me you don't want to be handing out 0.26% bonuses?
No. What is going on here? Oh, okay, I see what's going on.
Having fun with layering.
Oh, yeah.
You did the thing. Wrong layer. Oh.
No, I didn't do it on the wrong layer. It's just that, like, when I put in the flat layers, apparently I clicked on the line art, so the color layer, the flat colors, also has line art in it.
Yeah, that's not fun to
What?
deal with.
I actually don't understand what you just said at
So,
all.
like, when I'm using the fill tool, instead of clicking an
Yeah.
empty space, I clicked on the line art.
Oh,
So it filled the
I see.
whole underneath the line art with a color. And that was the issue I was having. That's a completely different, less common artist mistake that I don't see many
mean,
people talk about?
It's
I think
pretty common
everyone's
for me.
encountered it,
Probably.
but it doesn't have the same visceral impact as being on the wrong layer.
Honestly,
But then
for
there's
me,
also
the problem with being on the wrong layer is less like, well, doing stuff on the wrong layer is annoying, but trying to find the layer you're looking for, that can be a headache. Though it does make it easier to use the tool that auto selects layers when you click on stuff.
I hate that. That's one thing about CSP I kind of hate.
I
What?
don't even know what tool you're talking about.
Oh, look at that. I moved the entire flats layer just because I clicked on it.
What?
That happens with the I thought it was object operation tool.
Oh,
You've so-
like.
What?
Go ahead. Oh, I was gonna say I only ever use the operation tool when I'm adjusting like speech bubbles, or when I'm like editing a 3D model in CSP. I never touch that tool otherwise.
I actually use it somewhat a few times because if I use the move layer tool, I have to manually click another layer. So if I use the operation, it automatically shifts what I want if I have to move something around.
What are you talking about? You have to move another layer.
Yeah, and it auto selects the layer I click on.
Insanity.
I don't think I'm
I feel like we're
explaining this
speaking
very
different
well.
languages right now.
Okay, if I use the move tool, I can only move the layer I'm on immediately. So I have to. So the way I do it, which probably isn't efficient, I move over to the layer window, I select another layer manually, and then I can move around what I want.
Oh, just like shift click and select multiple layers. Specifically the ones that you want to move. And then use the move tool to move all of the layers. This way you don't have to pull out the object tool, which is like incredibly cursed.
Well, sometimes I like to click move one layer at a time.
Yeah, so you just shift click the layers you want to manipulate. Or don't, I'm not like your mom or anything. I don't want to tell you how to live your life.
What happens when you guys hold down the control key exactly?
That depends on what you're using. Let's see.
What does happen when I hold down the control key?
Say you're on a pin tool.
Nothing happens for me.
Nothing happens?
Yeah.
Actually,
Mine turns into like the move select tool, whatever you call that. Just the regular pointer cursor.
It does that for me too.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess it does that for me as well.
And then if you go and click on something and drag it, it'll drag just the one layer.
Oh, you know what? For my object tool, like the select tool, I disabled selecting layers. So I don't have that.
That's how I just holding down the control tool. That's how I use the object tool.
You're all right. You guys are something. You guys are fascinating.
This is just the hurting Koeth stream now, isn't it?
I'm not hurt. I'm confused.
Okay, guys, give me a couple types to combine, and I will draw a pork lump based on those. I will hybridize those.
Vampire.
That's a class.
Marshall.
Undead Marshall, okay.
Undead Marshall.
don't know what a Marshall pork lump is gonna look like.
Dude, neither do
Looks
I.
Is
exactly-
that
I
why you picked
recommended
it?
You can see,
Absolutely.
I imagine Jabba the Hutt with abs, something like that.
That's horrifying. That's beautiful.
I need to check. I'm pretty sure that exists.
I mean, underneath all that fat, he has to be jacked, right?
He isn't.
Oh, that's so sad.
Just draw like a gi on it or something. Let's see.
The ghee is just a part of the pork lump.
Yeah. There we go. It's just like this. Ooh, this thing is not cooperating. And then he's got a black belt.
What's his black belt in? Out of curiosity.
Sumo.
Undefeated. Have you ever watched sumo?
No, I haven't.
It's actually like kind of fun. Like, obviously the spectacle is it's just like two real fat guys fighting each other. But like
Blubber
there's
running
some
into each other.
serious... Yeah. But the impact is like really serious, and when you're watching it, you're like, I'd die. Like I would be dead.
Speaking of impact, I found this. Knew I wasn't making it up.
Jabba the Buff.
Yeah, yep.
There he is, audience.
Jabba the No Gut. The buff hut we've all been wanting.
I know a bunch of people who would see that and would respond with wood.
I
You
bet
would,
you do.
wouldn't you?
I'm not one of them. I just want to throw that out there. It's
That's
not me.
That's just the crowd you mingle with.
Yeah. And the crowd I mingle with is filled with fine people on both sides or whatever.
Both sides.
What sides?
Of would and would not.
True civil war of our age.
There has to be a better name for him than just Jabba the Buff, though.
I feel like I keep thinking there is, but I can't come up with it.
I guess there's not a better name. All right.
Well, we peaked early.
I'm busy giving this pig emo bangs.
He's Iori from King of Fighters. Holy sh! Iori from King of Fighters is actually Undead Marshall. You
Can't
guys
believe
know who I'm talking
creatures so
about.
blatantly.
I
Oh
am
my
familiar
gosh.
with King of Fighters to some extent.
I am not.
I didn't know that you had Mexican heritage.
I knew it was. I knew it was popular somewhere.
King of Fighters is another game where, much like Tekken, I buy it every time it comes out, thinking that maybe it's gonna be a good game this time. And every time it's about as fun as having a terminal ulcer.
How many terminal ulcers have you had?
0, because they are terminal.
Oh yeah, they are, aren't they?
Yeah.
I may have forgotten what that word means.
How is it that you have like the exact opposite taste in games than I do?
I have no idea. I'm happy that it has not impacted our relationship though. It's probably because we don't game together, and we should keep it that way.
You can't comment on your taste in games, or my taste in games.
We did both like Power World though.
Yeah.
I will be playing Power World. I just didn't want to get through it until my stuff was finished.
I'm not touching Power World until it's out of early access. That's my what is it? That's my promise to myself, because I already feel like there's just not enough content in there for me to want to play it. So
It does get kind of repetitive after a while. The fact that it's just, how did they put it?
it's too grindy for me right now.
It is a little grindy.
Is a big part.
It feels like something you get a lot of fun with jumping in and out with friends. That's the impression I get.
I
It
think
does look like a fun friend.
there'd be more longevity to it if there was like a unified server or something like that. Like if there is PvP or something where people could like pit their creatures against each other, then
PvP was something the devs said in like one of their Steam updates that they were working on.
yeah.
So I think they're with you.
But like I'm talking about like entire community PvP. They're probably just gonna do like on the server.
Gotcha. Yeah. Just like you run into this guy and you have the ability to murder them type of PvP.
Yeah.
The Dark Souls method.
Not like a competitive thing, sport thing. Like
Oh,
what
like
they
a
have with
competitive-
Pokemon.
I don't know. Like,
I don't-
I know Pokemon does have a competitive scene, but it's also about as interesting as Tekken 8 from a competitive standpoint.
I maintain my wish of hoping weaknesses get tamped down so it's not a one-shot fest.
Well, with creatures, we don't have double weaknesses at all.
That's nice.
Something's either weak or it's not. Or it's resistant. That's also an option.
That is nice too.
I should just get a lot more fantastical with this design.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
He's going.
Let's see, it needs like bone spikes coming out of his back.
Oh, like a spine.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking-
like a spine.
I'm talking about a spine. What are you talking about?
I don't know, dude. Is this the way you said it? Like
What
some
do you-
sort of spine.
Like
Colonel.
like an arrangement of bones in by the back.
Colonel, I've encountered a lump of meat in the wilderness. It has a number of protrusions sprouting from its back in the shape of some sort of spine.
Ah, spine. I saw that in one of my Japanese animes.
What do I do, Colonel? How do I proceed?
I don't know enough about Metal Gear to give a good answer.
All right, I'm going to shoot it.
That's usually a good option.
It's a pretty solid pick for Metal Gear, just generally.
Solid pick for Solid Snake. Hey.
Honestly, knowing Metal Gear though, half the stuff would shoot back at the bullet and deflect the bullet with another bullet. Something like that. Nonsense Metal Gear logic.
Snake would shoot a lump of meat. The bullet would ricochet out of its body, bouncing out of it, Luffy style.
You know what messed up in Metal Gear? Snake is the most normal person in that entire series. Everyone else is oh yeah, I'm a psychic, I have weird psychokinetic powers, I'm made of fire, I'm the single greatest samurai in the world with the ability to cut giant robots in half with ease. That kind of stuff. And then you get to Snake and he's just a dude. He's just a good soldier. It's not
he's
great.
alive and most of them aren't, so maybe the others should try being good soldiers.
You know what? You are correct. With this arm tail. What are you doing
Please
here?
don't. Is he gonna draw a fist at the end? Nice. Koa. This is what you wanted, isn't it?
I don't know. Yeah, I guess. It's like a Flork of Crow's sock puppet.
I don't know how to draw hands at this angle.
Stop giving me your strongest
flexing
meat
on you.
nouns.
There you go.
But you are my strongest barbarian. And it even has muscle definition. That's messed up, man.
Why does he have more muscle definition than anyone here? He just sits there eating grass and flexing on everyone. It's not
Thanks,
fair.
I hate it.
This isn't canon, by the way.
Yeah, thank God. I'm unironically concerned.
I think that would be more terrifying if it was canon.
Well, it wouldn't even do anything. It would just be in a state of permanent flexation.
That's where the terror comes in.
You're right.
It's a defense mechanism. If a creature comes and tries to predate on it, bam!
Pull out the
It
gun.
just hits it like a hammer.
That's dumb as hell.
So put this off on the
You're not wrong.
yeah. On the character sheet for making character and creatures, it says mana is intellect plus sense.
Yes?
So does that mean at default I start with 2 mana since there's 1 in intellect and sense, and I add on to it for each one?
What?
Like, let's say I have 3 intellect and 0 sense, and 1 sense. Does that mean I'd have 4 mana in total?
Yeah.
Gotcha. I wasn't sure if there was a multiplier for that.
Nope. Just addition.
Perfect.
A man of the people, keeping the math easy and simple.
A mana, the people.
I believe you would say that.
Let's see, what color do we want this thing to be?
Color.
Blue looks alright.
Oh, that's a blue. That appears to be more of like a purple.
Equity. This appears to be more gray. Thank you very much.
Brought out my color wheel, and I've determined that no, that is not exactly a blue. No.
It is nice. I don't know what color
the-
that is, but I like it a lot. Just like by itself. On a car that
Yeah.
that is that
Also, it
color.
is solidly in the blue section.
Mm,
Lest there be any
you
doubt.
see, you see,
You see?
the color is not indicative of where it lands on the color wheel, but a combination of its brightness, luminosity, and saturation. So yeah, basically it's yes, it's not blue. But it is a nice color.
Hmm.
Just be the most obnoxious person in the world for a little bit, you know?
You are succeeding.
I'm glad. It's a special talent.
Regarding starting experience, it's 500 plus. You add sense and intellect together and multiply that times 50, correct?
That sounds right.
Works for me.
Is there a website that lets you take a hex code and then generate the name of a color for that hex code?
This sounds like something I've seen before.
Generate the name. I'm sure a lot of names have been made, so I don't think it would generate. Well, it would find the name. I don't want to be pedantic about it.
Yo, this thing not only exists, or what am I saying? Yeah, they're basically
What?
the first website that came up was like, search the color database by name or hex code.
Oh, well, there we go.
Like I'm not
That's
yanking your chain when I say I really like the way this color looks.
it. Looks not. It's a nice color. That's it. We believe you, Koeth.
I don't know how to select a specific color in Clip Studio Paint, though, is what I'm learning. Like,
What do
I
you
know
mean?
how to. So, like, I know how to, like, create a fill layer and then select a specific color. I don't know how to, like, take a color or input the hex code or the value structure to get to a color specifically.
Hmm.
Can't you just
I-
click on your swatch? Open up the color settings?
You guys use
Or
swatches?
double click?
I use a swatch. Yeah, I kind of use one.
Oh my god. Dice, you've taught me so many new things today. This
Koeth,
is
what did
actually
you?
kind of crazy.
Yeah,
Go
Hex
up. What
is
did you
right
do
down
now?
there at the bottom.
Yep.
Color. What exactly did you open up again? Because I know I saw the option to put the hex codes in once, but I can't find it now.
All right, I relent, Dice. The name of the color is shadow blue, which is mostly not blue.
mostly
But
not
that's a
blue,
cope from me.
but still
Yeah,
blue.
it's 30% red, 32% green, 38% blue. Very desaturated. Very good color.
It's a very solid blue color.
Dang.
For what it's worth, I was leaning towards it being kind of gray, so I was technically wrong there.
Oh, it's desaturated.
Well, gray is just desaturated color.
Color
Like,
without
gray doesn't
color.
exist. Yeah.
Is it really a color if it doesn't have color, guys?
Probably not.
No, that's why gray is a color. Or there is no just like pure gray. It's always gray, but spicy.
Spicy gray.
You
What's
can get that at
mild?
Chipotle.
What's mild gray?
Mild gray is any gray that's like in the red zone.
Alright, we'll just give this guy a big meaty tail that he can slap things with.
It's like the furry one except beefier.
Yeah.
I shall be back in a moment, gentlemen.
Safe. Don't die.
Don't tell me what to do.
All right, die then, I guess.
Why would you say that?
You know, I don't know really how to respond.
It's okay. Don't worry about it.
Do you have anything else planned for the day, Dice? Or is this just like...
I'm just finding things to do at this point.
Gotcha.
I was hoping Evergrade would finish his character on stream.
What do you think he's gonna spec into?
I don't know. He's still getting his basic stats figured out. Sounds like he's going for intellect thing though. But he probably wants to play a wizard.
Do you have any sheets that are just like already made up? That are just like, hey, if you don't know or care about your stats and you just want to like go on an adventure, take one of these.
A pre-made character? Yeah.
Yeah.
I do.
Is it just like one, or do you have like this is somebody that specializes in this is somebody that's good at that?
I have like 4 of them that are just like focused on one of the talents.
Gotcha. And that's what you've been using in your like test runs?
No, those are actual characters that I made up.
Oh, I see.
Let's see, I've got one. I've got a fighter, a ranger, a rogue, and a wizard, basically.
I mean, yeah, it checks out.
I don't know any place to access them except like the what do you call that? The test module that I put out a while ago.
And it's not in like the codec that's on the World Anvil site.
Not really, unless you sign up for the freaking newsletter. That's where you'd find that. That's where I have it right now. I don't think I put it anywhere else.
I'm on this colors website still, and I'm looking at a color called Secret Chocolate.
Secret chocolate.
Yeah.
Okay.
What color would you say that this is primarily?
Like, how are we defining this?
Like, would you say it's more red, green, or blue?
Okay, RGB.
Yeah.
No, normally I'd say chocolate is probably mostly red.
You got it. It's 37 red, 32 green, 32 blue, very desaturated. Pretty nice looking color as well. Like this website is fascinating. Here, let me. Because there's just somebody going down, like they've given some poor fella in India a job.
Just
And
naming
that job-
every hex color.
Yeah, they just have a list of hex colors that don't have names. And they're going down and they're like, all right, I'm going to name these colors. So you get like Halston beige, mineral beige, supreme beige, cute beige, velvet beige, and my favorite, original beige. Which implies that beige with no modifiers is not the original beige.
Yeah, it does. That is kind of weird. Do they just call that kind of beige beige? With no modifiers?
I'm actually looking for... Oh yeah, there is a beige that they just call beige with no modifiers, but also there's perfect beige, which has to absorb the beige Android 17 and 18 before it's accomplished. Complete list of HTML color names.
Ugh.
What on earth?
That's what I need for Creatures Neopets, I guess.
Yeah, you can make all your headers tomato colored.
Okay, I'm gonna have to be right back for a minute.
I guess I'm just here. I'm hijacking the show. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm gonna go through a list of interesting colors that I found here. Let me just pull this up real fast. I gotta get out of the beiges because the beiges are kind of boring, all things considered. When I look through this list of colors, I think the most interesting ones are probably the indigo colors. Because like indigo, just in and of itself is kind of weird, right? Because you're like, oh, is this blue? Is this purple? Is this green? What's going on here? But like when you look at the way that they've named these things, it's really curious because you'll have royal indigo, which is like what you would see on like Chinaware, like that kind of really deep saturated blue. But then you'll have neon indigo, which kind of looks like pastel vomit. It's not great. It's one of the ugliest colors I've ever seen in my entire life. And I'm a little bit colorblind. So if you were to ask me what's the difference between neon indigo, blue indigo, and spectrum indigo, I would say indigo somewhere else and ask somebody else that question.
That's a good response. I'm back, by the way.
Welcome back.
I'm back too.
I had a bit of a nosebleed crop up, but it's gone now.
Oh, that's always fun. not. I have to use a dehumidifier.
Especially when it's in the middle of your stream and you wipe your nose and you see blood.
It's okay, I got you. I'll bring up the color list any time of the day.
Okay. He's got us covered. Well, I don't know how much longer I can drag this on. I think I've got the undead / martial pork lump finished.
Good.
I bet that's some tasty meat.
I
Who
bet
wants
you
a
it's
bite?
awful. I do not want to bite. I bet you it tastes like really smoky and then you get food poisoning. It doesn't matter how well you've cooked it.
I think undead essence is used in a lot of negative things like poison already.
Oh.
So probably, yeah. Let's see.
I'm building up my tolerance by making poison steak.
Oh, yeah, we've got rot links. Is one of the lower level things you can grow. Property. When a person ingests the fluids of a rot link, they suffer a fitness injury and cannot regain health until the injury is healed. So there you go.
Fitness injury?
Yeah. Injuries are tied to one of the talents.
Oh, I remember from the time that we played.
Right.
Wasn't me though. I'd never get injured. Too strong. I min-maxed the game.
Min-maxing might not be best with the injury system. I found that out when I was solo playing.
What happened?
Well, if you have enough injuries that your talent goes down to 0, that's when you're in death mode.
Oh. So
Hold on, I
you
think I
just,
should make
it's just like real life.
Hold
You
on, I
collect
think I
enough
should make
injuries,
a
you just
quick
die.
adjustment.
Yeah, yeah. Did you have a talent at 1 every grade?
I have one talent at 2. It might have been fitness. Probably not.
Plans on
good.
eating a lot of rotwurst. Or like worst links? Linkwurst?
I feel like I'm being basic, rounding everything out, but probably best to play it a little safe.
Sword and
First time
board
around.
basic character is goated.
Just 3 all around.
Yeah, I'm tempted because I could give up agility, but I'm a little bit squishier, so I feel like that would cause some problems.
Oh, normally injuries are determined randomly unless there's like some compelling reason why it would be specific. Like in the solo game, one of the guys was subject to illusionary attack. So obviously that makes sense for that to leave a sense injury.
Gotcha.
And of course he only had 2 cents. So he was basically left at camp so he didn't die to another one for the rest of that day. So yeah, that system works. That's good to know. Proper stakes.
Good.
I think I'm running out of things to do and say, so maybe we should wrap it up at this point.
That might be good.
Here, let me save my things.
I also need to say I appreciate you changing the buff arm into a tail. It'll catch any predators off guard when it turns into a buff arm, which I'm sure is what happens.
Sure. Alright, anyways.
This is you can know 10 things on. The
Thanks
buff hut.
for watching, everybody. We're gonna call it quits here today. least we got something done and some things we talked about. Not a super productive stream, but man, we got to talk about some actual creatures mechanics. That's pretty cool to me. I don't know about you guys, but alright.
Agree.
Anyways, if you're still here, thanks for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe and all that stuff. Goodbye.
Are we out?
I think it's